Good evening. Tonight, we're going to continue the main quest in Heaven's Ward. We're probably going to get into the vault, because we're pretty close to getting there. And, of course, we're going to continue beyond that. I have a hope, a little feeling that we might actually be able to reach the credits tonight. Now, just give me a moment. Have to put the actual link for this stream on a tweet, because it's still a little relevant right now. Now, let's get started. Once we get through the queue, of course. Depending on how close we are to the credits, when it starts getting late, we might just go overtime to get there. But yeah, it depends on how close we are. Last time we managed to progress, I think, 4 or 5 levels on the MSQ levels. So it's possible that we can make it. Hey Pokejack, good morning. You got the Amaro mount, congratulations. So how have you progressed your MSQ since last we spoke? Or is that still a little bit on the back burner? What's an MSQ? Well, it's this kind of quest where there's a little flamey symbol around normal quest icons, like this one Tataru has. I know it can be difficult to find them sometimes. So have you figured out what job? Have you figured out what job you want to do Endwalker with?
Caetsu, Alphino, good gods, I've been very worried sick. It's so good to see you.
And you, Tataru, how did you manage to escape the chaos in the streets?
Gibriland and the others barricaded the doors until the heretics left. No one was harmed, thankfully, but what about you two? What came of your journey? You're not serious. What was Sir Aymeric thinking? I mean, the way you so talk about him, I wouldn't have believed. Anyway, I've heard rumors of the people you're looking for, but I doubt they'll be of much use. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that they're led by someone called the Mongrel.
A queer moniker, if ever I have heard one. But mayhap it will make the individual in question easier to find. Come, let us all make inquiries below. You're going to do MSQ with Reaper and Roulettes with Summoner. And you have Sage at 77 today. You have Sage at 77, so today you hope you will reach level 80. I'm sure you will. If you do your dailies, you can, if you run out of dailies, you know what to do. Just do your side stuff, and if you completely run out, fortunately, it's a healer, so queue time won't be that bad. Well, it's not a bad idea to do daily roulettes with a secondary job while you have a different one for MSQ. I did something like that, although the way I went about it was probably more that I was using my daily roulettes for Reaper and Sage, to be specific, to catch them up while I was doing the main quest.
I don't know God's damn thing about the Mongrel, but if I did, you can be sure I wouldn't tell you.
Oh, nice kid. Thanks. I thought we were together in this. Me being a lost child and everything. What's that? Speak up. I can't hear as well as I used to. Oh. No, I won't, I guess. I guess I won't speak up then. And that's also a strategy, I suppose. There's another one here, right? Starveling. A mongrel. Not sure I catch your meaning. To a blue blood, we're all of us dogs down here. Oh. Pokjak says the queue for Malika's Well and Mount Golg is awful, even with healers. Oh. I think maybe it depends on the server, but I feel that if you queue closer to the daily reset, specifically after the daily reset, then queues are a little shorter, because then there's all the people doing their leveling roulette, and the people that are above level 80 will be forced to play with you if you're queuing for those specifically, although I can imagine that the amount of players leveling jobs past 80 these days is limited. Not a single shred of information, just as I expected. These revolutionaries would not have evaded capture for so long without the masses' complicity. Still, it is good to know that Totaro's ears are sharp as ever. Pants. Black mage pants, I guess.
And level 67.
Frustrating though it may be, we must press on. While I continue speaking with the people of the Broom, why not go and see if Gibriland knows aught of value? As the proprietor of the Forgotten Knight, surely he must have heard whispers of the mongrel before. We can only hope that he will be more forthcoming than the others. Yeah, that would be my suggestion, Pokjak. If you do your dailies, and then when you run out of dailies, then you can just spam dungeons after. The significant thing here is that you're doing more leveling roulette, hypothetically leveling roulette content in doing Malika's Well and Mount Golg, but still in the time frame where a lot of players would normally be doing their daily leveling roulette. And Pokjak says, I have people telling me to do Boja when I want to raise my jobs above 80. Yes, that is an honorable mention in my leveling guide, because Boja is very good for experience from level 70 to 80, well, 71 to 80. So good, in fact, that even though the experience stops scaling up by level 80, it is a viable and, some might say, really good leveling strategy past level 80. The problem is that the efficiency of going to Boja is partly related to how many people are there. Because you only get experience from the, fate-like stuff there, and if there's not a lot of people, yeah, then the content scales down a bit, but in my experience, if you're a lot of players, then it takes less time per person to do the content. So even if it takes you less effort, overall, you have to do a lot more if you're 8 people in Boja. But it is a strategy. You could do that. The difference between doing Boja and most other strategies is that you cannot do Boja and dailies, because when you're in Boja, you are in an instance already.
You know, people long for a sympathetic ear, but they need to know that it comes with tight lips. Discretion, Caetsu. That's what my customers expect. If they don't get it, then I don't get them. That being said, I'm not without my sympathies. I've heard the tales, and I know you've done right by highborn and lowborn alike. Least I can do is point you in the right direction, but to do that, I'll need you to do something for me. So happens there's a hunter up in the Crozier who owes me a fair bit of coin. However, I've agreed to accept payment in fresh herbs. Go and get them for me. Agreed?
Yeah, sure. But yeah, Bosha is a strategy. I do, as I said, I do mention it in my leveling guide. There's just the thing that exactly what you're supposed to do in Bosha is relatively obvious compared to what you're supposed to do doing roulettes and open world content and stuff like that. So there's a Madeleine. There's no reason for me to spend, you know, several minutes of a leveling guide explaining how also to do Bosha, because to level in Bosha, what you do is you do Bosha. Let's see, what did you say? Yesterday a member of my free company told me that doing fates earns a good amount and that I would need people, that she would help me, and that is usually boring. And that it is usually boring, but with the endurance that I have shown doing dungeon spam, she sees me capable of injuring Bosha. Yeah. That's the thing. Basically, Pokeshack, have you done any fates for leveling? You may have seen in my guide that I talk about this shared fate thing. This. Since you are in Shadowbringers, you have access to this. Have you progressed this while leveling jobs? If you have, then maybe you can recognize that doing a lot of fates in a zone is kind of extremely samey and a little boring. That is exactly what Bosha is. Exactly. There's a little bit of side content in that. There's these critical engagements, which are like more involved boss battles in between. But overall, the leveling grind in Bosha relies on you just running from fate to fate and being efficient about it. That's it. That's all you do. It's very effective, but it's... I think a lot of people find it very boring. I'll agree on that one. So you're Gibralon's errand girl. Good, good. How's he doing? Same as always? Right. Any road, I hope he appreciates how much trouble I had to go through on account of his bloody herbs. Tell him to enjoy them while they last, because I doubt I'll be able to find any more next year. Okay. Why not? They're not yearly herbs, they're bi-yearly, or what's happening? Yeah, I can say, I did a lot of fates at the start of Endwalker to fill out the shared fate system there. It's a lot more fun when there's a lot of people, because that makes the, how should I say, the unique aspects of doing fates in the open world a lot more interesting. Like, the uniqueness of the content is more enjoyable when there's like an obscene amount of players, because you can't do that in most other content. So it's more fun that way. Just running in a stampede. Well, you going to hand them over or not? Oh, this nameless flora has a pleasant enough scent to suggest it is most likely not poisonous. Yeah, take that. Midgard's armor is breathing at you, mate. Aye, this ought to do it. With a few other spices, I can make it just like she used to. There are a few things which stir the hearts of men like a sip of mulled wine. Share a glass with the right people, and who knows what stories they'll share. Really? Now that I think on it, there's a woman I know who's rather fond of this blend. Hirita is her name, and she resides in the Pillars. She's a maidservant to some noble house or another, I forget. Anyway, it's a shame if she didn't get to try this wine. Why not give her a bottle? Oh, that's really nice. Just randomly, oh yeah, that person likes this wine, can you give her some? But it is true, just to circle back to that again, that Boja is so effective at leveling jobs that people have used it to level beyond level 80. But the reason why I don't recommend it like directly in my guide is because of the fact, as you said, Pokeshak, your friend said it's probably really, really boring. And that's the reason. Let's see what you say. After raising tanks and healers in the last few days in the high-level Shadowbringers dungeons, I realized that it's not that I'm bad as a healer or a tank, or I don't like certain jobs, but sometimes healers focus on DPS or tanks don't use skills, and I was martyring myself for it. Oh, you had a hard time figuring out whether it was you that was bad, or it was your tank when you were healing, or your healer when you were tanking that was bad. Is that what you mean? Yes, I am Hiritha. Beg your pardon, but do I know you, miss? You know this wine? This wine is cooled after its first mulling and allowed to sit for a fortnight before mulling a second time with a fresh muslin bag of spices for delivery to one Hiritha. I know this smell. This is the wine that girl used to prepare. A special recipe. It must be decades since I last tasted this. Oh, the poor dear. Such a shame that she was taken in by that baron. He cut a dashing figure, I'll grant you that. Tall, slender, long of ear. But those dazzling ruby eyes of his were filled with lust. It was not more than infatuation, what she felt. But she convinced herself it was love. And he couldn't help but take advantage. But when her belly started to grow, gods, this scandal! I mean, just not an uncommon occurrence, but it was with a Hur maid. It made it so much, well, I needn't tell you. She was discharged from his service, cast out onto the streets like so much refuse. After she returned to the broom, we drifted apart. I only learned of her death years later by chance. Oh. The Pokeshak says, because with the spam I see a lot of combinations of healers and tanks, and sometimes the same combination with different people, and it's like 2 different jobs. Yeah, black hair, red eyes, the waifu. Oh boy. It can be difficult if you don't know what to look for. It can be really difficult to know whether it's you or your teammate that is making a mistake. I'm going to try and focus a little bit on the main quest so that we can get somewhere. Hey Karavinia, thank you so much, and I hope you're doing well, Karavinia. Thank you for showing up just briefly if you're in a hurry. Right, the main quest. I think we can get somewhere a little bit if where it's not just talk. We push a little bit. So the amorous nobleman beds his maidservant, then casts her aside when the Zed takes root. Not the most original tale, is it? Cold comfort for the women and children who live it, though. Even the penitent can appreciate wine from time to time. Take Giraldio, for example. Giraldio, surely you've heard of him, no? He's a monk who offers succor to the poorest of the poor in the broom, a man of many vows, but none which prohibit spirituous beverages. Aye, if ever there was a man who deserved a drink, it would be him. But there are some signs you can look for to determine whether it's you or your partner that is making a mistake. Pokeshak. It can be difficult because the signs that you need to look for sort of require you to be good enough at the game that you can look at what other people are doing while also playing yourself. That can be difficult for some players. I can do that to some degree when I'm playing certain jobs, specifically certain roles. Yeah, exactly, or know the job. You also need to know the job to know whether they're making a mistake, right? But if you have all jobs at level 80 Pokeshak, then I would say there's a reasonable chance that you know the toolkit of the jobs. at least to level 80, right? But we can talk a little bit about those examples. Maybe we can even identify the examples when we do the vault very soon. Alone's blessing be upon you, miss. A gift for me. The same thing, yes. This scent, how reminiscent of a wine once made by a dear old friend. May her soul rest in peace. Forsaken by her family, she toiled tirelessly to feed and clothe a child, yet somehow she found time to help me tend to those in even worse circumstances. So compassionate she was, so full of love for her fellow man. 'Twas that love which gave her child strength to endure the scorn of the other younglings. That little girl, bless her heart, she couldn't help what she was. Eventually, she won them over, but those first few years were trying, even more so when she had to start fending for herself. I remember days she spent standing on the walls, raven black hair flowing in the wind, staring out, as if searching for her mother's face in the mists. One good example to look for if you're healing, for example, Pokeshack, is your tank doing proper defensive cooldown cycling? Typically, you can identify whether they are or are not within the first pull of the dungeon. Did they use Rampart or whatever their 30% damage reduction cooldown is in that pull at any point? Preferably early, but usually any point is a good sign. If they didn't, then you are already in trouble. On the other hand, if you're a tank and your healer's not great, usually the sign is that they're spamming casted heals, you know, Cure 2, Adlocuium, Benefic 2, Eucrasian Diagnosis. Like, they're really spamming them a lot more than is necessary, and you're not in a low-level dungeon. If you're in a low-level dungeon, then they don't have any other options, and of course, then they have to do it. But if you're in a high-level dungeon, then it's usually not a good sign if they're spamming heals on you instead of helping you kill the enemies. You have to keep in mind that the healer choosing to attack is a good thing, because it means it means that the enemies die quicker. And since the tank and the healer has only so many defensive cooldowns to share, you need the enemies to die in relatively short order. Otherwise, you're going to run out of cooldowns, or you will have to use a cooldown that was intended for a future pack. And, well, if you used it, then you won't have it there either. So it goes a little bit both ways, right? If the tank uses both Rampart and their 30% cooldown in the first pack, then you'll find that suddenly you're having a lot of trouble on the second pack. Yeah, so there's some other good examples. Dark Knights only using TBN, or on the contrary, Dark Knights never using TBN, because I don't know why. Usually it's because they think that they have to choose between TBN or damage, and they don't actually read the ability. Monks not using Brotherhood, Reapers that don't apply Death Design or use Arcane Circle, White Mages not using Afflatus Misery when they have it, people not using Outflank. Yeah, there's a lot of things, but those are more minute things. A monk not using Brotherhood, maybe they don't have it unlocked yet, right? Maybe it's too low level. Maybe they're saving it. That's a DPS mistake, actually. I do it at times. Sitting on offensive cooldowns because, well, you want to use them on the boss for your opener. But actually, it might be more beneficial to use it now on the mobs that you're currently fighting. But yeah, it's complicated. That's why I'm mainly highlighting things that are usually a bad sign, instead of things that can be a bad sign. She was a remarkable woman, Caetsu. After everything she was forced to endure, she still remained hopeful for the future, for her daughter's future. Some bonds are thicker than blood, but blood still defines us, and it divides us in the end. It's the legacy of our parents, Caetsu, and we can't escape it, no matter how hard we try. So the mongrel and her pups chose to embrace theirs, to proclaim it to all and sundry. If you can understand that, then maybe you can find her on your own. That's good, Pokeshack. I also want to point out that making mistakes are okay. You don't have to play perfectly. There's just, and this is the key thing that I'm highlighting, is like healers spamming heals, tanks not using or spamming defensive cooldowns. The reason why those two things are extremely important is because the difference between a tank that does that thing right and wrong is far more significant than, say, the monk not using Brotherhood. Like, if the monk isn't using Brotherhood, but they're doing their damage rotation perfectly correctly besides that, then your monk is probably like above average, even if you ignore, like, if you just ignore the Brotherhood part. And similarly, your tank might be performing their damage rotation, whatever it is, incorrectly, but if they're holding aggro and they're using their defensive cooldowns just fine, then you will usually get over it, you will survive, it'll be okay. And that's why those things are important and the others are not super important.
Still looking for your mongrel? Like I said before, take your pick. Plenty around if you know where to look, or did you fancy someone specific?
I'm looking for a mongrel with ruby red eyes and raven black hair. Oh, there's a wrong answer.
Oh, someone's got unusual tastes. Afraid I can't help you though. Won't, rather. It's bloody obvious you ain't of the broom. Did you think I'd just tell you cause you asked nicely?
I know I'm not wearing brown clothes, but you don't have to be mean like that. I could be part of the club. I'm cool. Isn't that right, Midgardsormer? Tell her I'm cool. I eat candy. Like a lot of it. Oh, there he is.
Have you made any progress, Caetsu?
Nope, not really, not much.
So our mongrel was born of an Elysian nobleman and a Huron maidservant. Granted, it is no location, but it is far more information than we had before. Yes, now that her striking features are known to us, mayhap we need only remain vigilant. There must be a way we can draw the mongrel out into the open. Mayhap we should discuss this with Tataru. Speaking of which, where is Tataru? Oh, confound it. She went below to make inquiries on her own, didn't she? We must quickly find her, Caetsu. I have a premonition this is not going to end well.
Yeah, and then Midgardsormer just leaves. Oh. Tell them I'm cool, Midgardsormer. No. Just fades out of existence. Nah. Nah. Not really going to happen, is it? I went exactly the wrong way, didn't I? Things just don't end well in Ishgard a lot of the time. I ran right past the sparkling destination. Not really paying that much attention, am I? You cast your gaze over the streets below, but see no sign of Tataru. How about this one over here? She must be around here somewhere. I take it you've had no luck either? And there she is.
I'm sorry, forget I said anything.
Wait, down there, isn't that Tataru? Those men are chasing her! Quickly, Kaitsu, after them! They're chasing her, running in sort of like slow motion, like a little bit like Baywatch, because she wasn't on screen, for some reason. And now they're running extremely slowly.
Where do you think you're going, Missy?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
What's going on here? What's it to you, boy? Piss off.
Hold on. I've seen them around. They're in and out of House 4 Tom's Manor all the time.
Oh, I see. Skulking about at your highborn master's bidding, eh? Bloodhounds hoping to catch a whiff of heresy, is that it?
You are quite mistaken, I assure you. We came here to help. And if you know what's good for you, you will let us pass.
Haha! Listen to the pups yapping. Come here, boy. I'll give you cause to yelp.
Enough! Leave threatening women and children to our betters. We don't have the knack.
Hilda!
Lay a finger on the Blue Blood's pups, and you're like to lose the hand. And often I get called on by glorious heroes like yourself. So tell me, what have I done to deserve you?
And there she is, the mongrel. Before I start, let's go somewhere a bit more private, eh? The Forgotten Knights, eh? The beggarly fellow and the filthy fellow. Basically her henchmen. Pokeshack says, now I need to do the level 80 quest of all the jobs, so the end of the story is Sage level 80 and quest. The final quest of the role quests of Shadowbringers, go for the Armor for Warrior and Paladin and Red Mage and Sage level 80 and finish Shadowbringers, and that's a lot of stuff to do. Hmm.
So, while you're on your way to kill Nidhogg, you stumbled on some dirty secrets that the Holy See has been hiding for centuries.
Eh? What are they on about?
The High Houses. And what makes a nobleman so bleeding noble? They trace their blood back to King Thordan and his Knights 12, the founders of Ishgard. But our friends here reckon we're all descended from the heroes of Eld. Highborn and lowborn alike. And so Sir Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, has gone to ask the Archbishop if he wouldn't mind letting everyone know.
Is he simple? The old bastard will have him executed for heresy.
Well, seems to me that's what the good sir wants. Seems he thinks a noble sacrifice will serve to prove his claims.
We cannot stand idly by and allow Sir Emmerich to do this. Ishgard has need of him.
Look, you've a good heart, I can see that. Willing to risk your neck for someone else even when his troubles ain't yours. But what's this got to do with me?
If Sir Emmerich is imprisoned in the vault, we will need all the help we can muster to breach their defenses and rescue him.
What in the hell's...
Ah, the unmistakable scent of heresy. And what do we have here? The honored guests of House Fortom consorting with the Queen of Rats. Ooh, plotting insurrection, I shouldn't wonder. That won't do. Sickness is wont to fester and spread. It must be burnt out ere the infection takes hold.
I reckon Sir'd be happy to wield the irons himself. Well, so happens I've got irons of my own.
Such simple creatures, rats, certain to attack when cornered. Let us step outside, milady. In here your toys could hurt someone.
How does heresy smell? Good question. Sickness must be purged. That's a lot of ass. Hello, healer man.
You disgust me.
And there it is. You disgust me. Whoops. Messed up the rotation there. Oh, Horsefon. Look at you. Shybird over here using big words. Yeah, the whoopsie, but when you miss part of the whoopsie. You know, that quote sounds better when you have the voice morph on, Shybird. Filthy rats!
There's no denying your gifts. A well-deserved reputation indeed.
Enough!
Nice.
Lucky bastard.
Nay, 'tis we who are lucky. Had we fought on, 'twas but a matter of time before our conflict claimed the life of an innocent bystander.
I thought the Heavens Ward might come here as well.
They came to the Temple Knights' headquarters.
Aye. Sir Grinno announced that the Lord Commander had been imprisoned under suspicion of heresy, and that the Heavens Ward had been granted full authority in his stead.
Then the Heavens Ward now commands the Temple Knights.
Those still loyal to Sir Emmerich answer to me. Alas, that amounts to but half our number. The other half, who opposed his promotion to Lord Commander, have gathered at the vault as ordered.
Bolstering the guard already, eh? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were expected.
I take it you're in charge around here?
Hilda. And yes, the young master was just persuading me to join his lost cause. Convincing little beggar, isn't he? Aye. Your passion moved me. A bit. That, and the fact that we're sick of living off the leavings of our betters. If you've a mind to change things around here, then we've a mind to join you.
Not us all round, yes. Now we know everyone's ready to battle. Let me guess. You're wondering why I chose the mongrel, right? Because it's what I am, and I'm not ashamed of it. Not anymore. Besides, even my pureblood pups have more in common with me than the lords and ladies up on high. They none of them are well bred. Hell, some of their mothers were cast out after a spot of fun, same as mine. Story old as time, and one we're sick of hearing, which is why we took up arms. Not that we mean to hold all the blue bloods to account. Some have done right by us, I'll allow, like them in House Hallinard. But enough talk. Your friend's still rotting in a cell. Let's not keep him waiting. The vault, eh?
We've been working in secret to undermine the Holy See and the High Houses, that much I'll acknowledge. But this nonsense about us throwing wide the gates for the heretics is just that, nonsense. If not you, then who? You Temple Knights, of course. Reckoned it was your beloved Sir Aymric's doing at first, but then I heard how he lost his head. My next best guess would have been the Heavensward. That way, they'd have the perfect excuse to go door to door through the broom, slaughter the heretics and their sympathizers in one fell swoop. But the Heavensward scheme did not account for Lady Iceheart's intervention, and so they have been forced to improvise. A fine bloody mess, ain't it? But the die's cast, so what's the plan? We must divert the attention of the High Houses away from the city, and to do that, we need the cooperation of your allies in their service. And what makes you think I have friends in high places? You would be fools not to, given your goals. Lowborn knights are ideal recruits. Most swore fealty only out of desire for a better life. If offered an opportunity to shed the yoke and live for themselves, who among them would not at least be tempted to take it? Rare is the man eager to die for a cause he does not hold dear, but it need not come to this this day. If they and their fellow knights are deployed afield to deal with a new threat, a massing of heretics, for example, then they will be unable to join in the defense of the vault. Huh. Spread false reports of an attack to get them out of harm's way, you mean? The city will not forget the heretics' last assault. If the High Houses believe another attack is imminent, they will have no choice but to act. Can it be done? Can we trick them into leaving Ishgard? Aye. Can we keep them out for long? Not bloody likely. Make sure you're ready before I send word, because you won't get a second chance at this. Then it is decided. To the vault. The Archbishop must be held to account. And the Lord Commander granted his liberty. Hearken to me, everyone. We have two objectives. Rescue Sir Aymric and apprehend the Archbishop. We will therefore divide our forces into two parties. Estinian and I will make ready to breach the underground jail and search for the Lord Commander. We will not move, however, until the second party has entered the vault. I speak of your party, Warrior of Light, together with Lord Haurchefant and Master Alphino. For this plan to succeed, you will need to fight your way into the highest levels of the vault, even onto the Archbishop's private chambers. When the Heavensward realize what you intend, they will fly to their master's side, leaving only a token force to guard the jail. Temple Knights loyal to our cause have already secured the entrance to the vault. Once you are within, they will signal to us. If all goes to plan, we shall rejoin you with Sir Aymric and confront. This is really difficult all of a sudden. Let me try that again. If all goes to plan, we shall rejoin you with Sir Aymric and confront the Archbishop together. Is everyone clear as to their duties? Then let us do what must needs be done. Excellent. Very, very nice. Right? Now we just need to get to the vault, and then things start to get going. Bojack says, "Hey guys, we killed Nidhogg. We put an end to the Dragonsong War. We finished the Heavensward expansion. But now we're doing this level 55 dungeon. I think the vault is 57. Good morning, Angel Bunny. How are you doing?" We're just about to get into the vault, I think. I think it's just right now. I'm doing very nice. Thank you very much.
The others are in position, Mistress Caetsu. I will send word once you and your party have entered.
The vault time. Actually, I do believe that Seb promised to help me with this. Let me just poke him and see if he's available. before we queue for anything. Thank you. I think he's actually already in the data center. Yeah, I try my best to do voice acting for every single line of dialogue in the MSQ that isn't voice acted by default. And whether that is good or not, that is up for you guys to choose. But I'll try my best. And Brado says, has MSQ made you cry yet? Not the stuff we've done on stream, but I cried a lot when we did my Endwalker, or when I did Endwalker back in December. Oh. Huh. Apparently, let me just see. Huh. Sib apparently stood next to me while we were doing a cutscene or something. Oh right, the Aerie, that's what you meant. Sorry. Well, we kill Nidhogg in the Aerie. Just give him a moment to respond. Oh look, instant queue when we have a healer friend. But yeah, like I might as well mention now is that I know that most of the people that watch the channel are not in Europe's European data centers, which is why I'm not like asking if anyone wants to join, because it only makes people sad that they can't. But if you are in the European data centers, and I know, then I could ask before I queue for something. Then you can join me for it. That's a little bit awkward order I did there. Oh well. Yeah, that's why I don't ask. I know Sib is in my data center because he's in my free company on my main. So how about you guys? Are you up to something while watching the stream? As far as I understand, Pokeshag is working on a bunch of quests. Oh, here comes the big pull. Oh, the Angel Bunny says, nah, just dreading the end of my weekend. Oh yeah. That's the worst. Well, I do hope you get a good Sunday, regardless. Oh. Ah, all of my cooldowns just almost ready. That's so awkward. No! My cooldowns! Azyz, you're a meanie! Just wasting my cooldowns by running. Time for my signature move. Outrun the players. Time for my other signature move. I can't die while casting something. Not an upgrade. Not an upgrade. He's immortal. If only he had a longer cast time ability, then he would be. I'll loot the treasure. Isn't that the same item? Yeah, like the tiger from Byakko. That's true. Don't mind me. I'll just loot this chest real quick. And even, I feel like the vault is like a dungeon where I feel like I've done it like hundreds of times. But I'm actually pretty sure it's not the dungeon I've done the most. Like it's just like weirdly familiar regardless of how many times you've done it. Or at least for me. Grenon.
Cut you to pieces!
I'll cut you to pieces.
I will not yield to you!
I have to watch for that when he uses the knockback. Wait, did the tears disappear? Is that a new thing? That's a little bit of a shame. Did they do that? I seem to recall that normally they would like just keep expanding to become more and more and more as the fight progressed. What happened to that? Did they nerf that? Or do I just remember wrong? Whoops. I intended to click 3 there. Well, that is an upgrade. A weapon upgrade. Nice. Then earrings for some reason, but they're for a tank. I'm actually wondering, what kind of magic did that priest use to like revive those gargoyles or put life into those gargoyles? I'm pretty sure there isn't exactly holy magic to do that normally. Strange. The tank says, I for one welcome our Lord and Savior, holy spam. Oh, we have to be a little careful. Holy chains, is it on me? It's not on me. Lucky me.
And now the final cut.
Pokeshag, you unlocked the best trait in the Sage toolkit. It's so good. Enhanced Caracal, it's so good. I can't understand why it like the job doesn't come out the box with that.
Sickness must be purged.
Wait, didn't? Oh, I did win this, right? Right. And we'll look at the gear afterwards.
Our power! How can this be? Fall back!
Father, please!
For a mercy, we were not too late.
Why must you do this, Father? Nidhogg is fallen. There is no need for further deception. Now is the time to renounce the lies which led us down this path. To start anew!
And tear down the very pillars of our society? Our history, our values, everything we have built over 1,000 years? A fool to the last.
Look out! Go. Azyz Lla awaits. Lord Orchefort!
It's no good. The wound is too deep. It refuses to mend.
You are unharmed? Forgive me. I could not bear the thought of... Oh, do not look at me so. A smile better suits a hero.
That is a really well made cutscene. Oh, look, another Lalafell. Let's see, catch a little bit up on chat. Bookjack says, the mage with fire spells, even they are from the church, it could be considered thaumaturgy and therefore black magic. That's why he revived the gargoyles, or is it a random dragon thing? I don't know. Well, it were definitely gargoyles. My guess is because pretty much all of their priests, they do actually use the white mage pose rather than the black mage pose, as far as I recall. The reason why they use fire magic is because of Haloni, I guess. But I'm pretty sure Haloni isn't fire-based. I'm pretty sure that's some other gods. But there's this, you know, connection with holy magic and fire in some fantasy lore. So at this point in the game, it would make sense to connect those things. Or perhaps it's because of their fake religious beliefs, you could almost say, that they use fire instead of actual holy magic. The reason why the gargoyles confused me is because usually gargoyles springing to life, in Final Fantasy XIV at least, implies void magic. But usually those gargoyles are, you know, darker color, so this could be light magic, but that would imply these are sin eaters. But I'm pretty sure they're not summoned in the same way, but who knows? But that's why it surprised me a little bit, is that they were summoning gargoyles, just putting them to life. But, you know, there are summoners that can make something appear out of thin air, so maybe they just used some sort of conjuration to make the stone move.
I know not what to say. The others, they are gathered at Forton Manor.
Flashbacks of Hallminster Switch. Oof. Is that the one that gives us the shield? Oh, it's an ether current. I guess the shield is just from the MSQ itself. Yes, please enter, Mr. Chaiji.
Don't. Please. A knight lives to serve, to protect, to sacrifice. There is no greater calling. Leave me to mourn and give chase. For my son and for the nation he loved. Go!
His sacrifice shall not be forgotten.
My son.
That's a little harder. I could not stand there in silence, but when all others had forsaken us, Lord Hoshafan took us in, our beacon of hope in a world of darkness. He did his utmost to raise our spirits, so that we might face our troubles with courage, with conviction, so that we might face them as knights. We must press on with our mission. Totaro, pray return to your duties at the Forgotten Knight. Let us go and speak with Sir Aymeric Caetsu. I worry for his well-being. Poke says the shield is post-game. Okay. I can't remember. All I remember is that one day I had it. But that was probably because back then I was doing a lot of quests just for the sake of doing them. Firm Albert.
An audience with the Lord Commander? Yes, yes, of course.
My friends, I am in your debt.
Think nothing of it. Your wounds are healing well, I trust.
Some wounds do not heal. The founding. The scriptures, 1,000 years of lies, all to deceive the common man. Nay, our own brothers and sisters. For the blood of the Knights 12 flows within all our veins. You knew this to be true. You knew, and you concealed it.
I should be interested to hear how you came by this knowledge. But yes, you have the right of it. The architects of Ishgard, King Thordan and his Knights 12, entrapped and butchered the great worm, Ratatoskr, that they might partake of her eyes and thereby transcend their mortal limits. Upon learning of their treachery, Nidhogg was consumed with a murderous and justified rage. I dare say you know what followed.
The great worm slew the king and half of his knights.
Aye, but Nidhogg was subdued, and his eyes plucked from their sockets by the knights that remained. Their one mistake was to show mercy, for from his brother Hreysvelgr did Nidhogg receive a new eye, thus rejuvenating his form and empowering him to embark upon an eternal quest for vengeance.
Whilst Thordan's son Haldreth took one of Nidhogg's eyes and learned to wield its power in defense of his people.
Thus was the first Azure Dragoon born, and ever since that time, his honored successors have risen to drive Nidhogg from our lands whenever the worm has returned to plague us. I ask you, my son, will you answer for my sins? Will your son and his son answer for me as well?
What do you mean?
If a man cannot atone for his sins in the course of his all too fleeting life, must his progeny then be held to account? Must every subsequent generation be judged as well? Thordan's betrayal of Ratatoskr was an unconscionable, unforgivable sin. Should we then, as his descendants, meekly surrender ourselves to an eternity of punishment? Nay, say I would not see our children sacrificed in a vain attempt to appease an implacable foe. Dragons are not like us, my son. To they who live forever, the wrongs of antiquity are as those of yesterday. No reparations shall ever suffice. This fact alone should serve as ample justification for our actions. Yet some refuse to see it as such. For men like you, who yearn to commit themselves to a nobler cause, a more compelling narrative is required?
This is your solution. This is how you protect our people. You have given us a lost cause, a death sentence. With your compelling narrative, you but doom our countrymen to give their lives for a lie.
And they do so gladly. Highborn and lowborn alike are proud to serve, to fight and die for their country. And what would you say to them? What would you tell the wives who have lost their husbands? The mothers who have lost their sons? That their loved ones died for naught? Over the course of 1,000 years, countless men have donned these robes, and every one of them came to accept the necessity of this solution. Once, I hoped you might come to accept it as well. Do not despair, my son. Soon I shall free us from the sins of antiquity, and bring about the change you so fervently desire. If he has spoken with others, I would have their names. Escort him to a cell and question him thoroughly.
Your Eminence.
You saw something, did you not? A vision of the past?
So this is the power of the Echo. Would that it had shown you a finer moment from my past. 'Twas an exercise in futility, as you saw. Faced with the firmity of his conviction and his many ready rejoinders, my words deserted me. To be frank, I am embarrassed to recall it.
A friend once impressed upon me the importance of differentiating between words, deeds, and beliefs. Were he here, I suspect he would judge your father's conviction to be no more than rank, self-serving delusion. Even so, I cannot help but wonder what manner of change he intends to bring about.
I have given some thought to that as well. During the battle within the vault, the Heaven's Ward demonstrated strange and unnatural abilities.
Aye, the manner in which Ser Zephyrin struck down Lord Horschiffon was unlike anything I've ever seen before.
The spectacle called to mind King Thordan and his Knights 12 as they are depicted in scripture, holy powers and all.
Mere fabrications, which have become objects of faith, instilled with the belief of countless devoted souls. 7 hells!
If Lady Iceheart can use her own body as a vessel for summoning, I see no reason why others could not.
Are the Heaven's Ward truly so reckless?
Unbelievable.
As they fled, my father spoke of Azyz Lla. Though I know not what he intends, I fear no good shall come of it. His ambitions are too great, and his minions too powerful. We must find the Heaven's Ward and stop my father before it is too late.
This reminds me of our Pro ZD skit, if you guys know that guy. It's so perfect. Really emotional cutscene. And then it just fades out, fades in. Epic music is playing, but now the voice acting has cut out. That's incredible. Mistress Chaiji, Master Alphino, I, Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, do hereby entreat the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Our aid in preventing whatever it is that the Archbishop intends? Your aid in bringing him to justice. Too much blood has been spilled for the lies he perpetuated. No more. Life or death, I will have Sir Severin's heart for what he did to Horsefon. That's the correct answer. Yes, of course. You two were close, I know. Much has changed since our Order's founding, but our duty to combat the primal threat has not. If the Archbishop and the Heaven's Ward are guilty of the crime of summoning, then Caetsu and I will stop them. Would that I could join you in the pursuit, but alas, my father's absence has thrown our government into chaos. Ever since the founding of our nation, there has been an Archbishop to serve as a guiding light for the masses, a force for stability to counterbalance the High House's ceaseless maneuvering. Convincing the people to recognize the truth of our origins would have been difficult even with my father's support. The road ahead is that much more fraught with peril without it. Yet, walk it we must, for unity is more vital to our survival than ever. After all, Nidhogg's death did not mark the cessation of Durranian hostilities. Far from it, we will have great need for each other in the days to come. Yet, you may ever count on my lance, Aymeric. To my dying breath, I shall defend Ishgard from the Horde. If I may, Lord Commander, I would like to assist the Scions in their search for the Archbishop. Caetsu, Master Alphino, pray attend me outside. Very well. With me, Caetsu. I believe we have much to discuss. Zip says the correct answer is the blank stare. Oh. We have Mirage Dive now. Excellent. I don't know what we're going to do with it, but we have it now. Let me just check the chat for a little bit. Pokeshack says, we need to do ultimate so we can revive him. So Pokeshack, ultimates are like super encounters that are designed to be extremely difficult. They're the hardest content in the game, and that's pretty much unanimously agreed upon. Most of the fights are extremely long, and usually, well, I shouldn't say usually, they're always some sort of combined culmination of content. For example, I believe there is an ultimate dedicated to Ultima Weapon, which is a far more difficult version of it. I think there is an ultimate for Ultima Weapon. Let me just check to be sure. We have we have a couple of them. Apparently there isn't a nicely collected list like there is with other content in the same way. Let me see if I can find it. I believe there's the Ultima Weapon, then there is the There's an Alexander one, and there is a Coils of Bahamut one, so a Bahamut fight. And then there is the Dragon Songs Reprieve. I believe that's all of them. And the way that they work is that typically they're a culmination and combination of all of the particular high points of the particular story that they're connected with. Which means, for example, that the Ultima Weapon fight includes an actual part of the fight where you fight Ifrit, an actual part where you fight Titan, an actual part where you fight Garuda, and then an actual part where you fight Ultima Weapon. And each fight is significantly longer compared to what you would normally expect from a fight that is supposed to have, 4 or 5 parts to it, making the fight really long. And every single mechanic is really strict and specific. And that means, for example, that the Dragon Songs Reprieve, to not spoil too much, because it's actually a really interesting story, but it's basically recounting everything that happens in, like, you could say the second half of the Heavensward leveling story, with Nidhogg and the fight with in the vault and the fight with Thoran, all these things. All of this in a single fight, which means that the fight is like over 15 minutes. There are like small breaks in it in between where there's something happening, but it's really long. Like really, really long. But as you may know, Popjack, Savage content is usually a retelling. Extremes, Savage, and Ultimates are retellings of what actually happened by a bard or something like that. Which means that, of course, they can take some freedoms with the story. They can explain an alternate story where things are different. For instance, maybe Haurchefant didn't die. And you have to keep in mind that because of where the story starts, that means that Haurchefant is technically not dead at the start of the encounter. Ultimates are extremely difficult. If you're interested in the stories or how an ultimate looks, but you're not really interested in doing like Savage content, then I would highly recommend, even for just the Dragon Songs Reprieve, to look up the fight, like watch someone do it, to experience it, because it's really cool. There's a lot of things that happen that like are really interesting perspectives. The other fights also have that, but there's a reason why Dragon Songs Reprieve is particularly special. And I don't think that you're spoiling yourself by doing that, because I'm actually honestly pretty confident that if you were there in person experiencing the encounter, you wouldn't have time to read the dialogue that might happen. You don't have time to think about these things. You have to be there and fight. So the best way to experience the story of the fight is to watch it in playback format of some sort. That's what I would recommend at the very least. Now, that's a little bit of a sidetrack about Ultimates. I can also say that while Savage encounters and Extreme encounters sort of introduce very mild additions to story, again, because they're embellishments by a bard, none of it is actually story relevant, so it might be interesting to add something extra to the story, but it is entirely optional. You don't need it to understand the story. But if you're not going to experience a story normally, if you don't intend to engage with a particular piece of content, then you're not spoiling yourself or ruining the story for yourself by choosing to watch it. Because I can understand that not everyone has the skill or time to invest in doing Savage or Extremes. Or Ultimates. I have never completed an Ultimate. Because I don't have the, I don't feel like I have the time to invest to do it. It's very difficult and you need eight people. The Soleil was eastward bound, so I sent word to Camp Cloudtop on the off chance the airship passed nearby. Sure enough, Lady Lanyite informed me that it had been sighted by her scouts. Then the Archbishop is somewhere in the Sea of Clouds. Or was, not long ago. The airship has not been seen since it disappeared into the northern reaches near the Blue Window. Alas, because the region is firmly held by the Vano and not easily accessible from Camp Cloudtop, House Hylanard has yet to establish a foothold. We will need not only an airship, but a captain bold enough to risk the beastmen's wrath. I think we both know the perfect candidate, Caetsu. Let us pay a visit to Master Garland at the Sky Steel Manufactory. I see. Then I will take my leave for now. There are other matters which require my attention. It's Bismarck time. Well, I don't know if it's really Bismarck time. I don't remember how many quests there are leading up to it. But all we know about Bismarck right now is that it is there. Hello? Ah, the dastardly duo. What mischief have you two been getting up to lately? You haven't heard, have you? I hardly know where to start. He was a good man. Sid, have you ever heard of Azyz Lla? The Archbishop spoke of it before he fled. No, but it's probably some source of phenomenal cosmic power that's key to his plan. From what he told Caetsu, the Ashians tried to tempt him as they tempted Gaius with the ultimate weapon. Even if he spoke true about playing along, I can see him attempting to seize it. As if we needed another reason to pursue him. Well, I'm convinced the Enterprise is at your disposal. Come to the airship landing when you're ready to depart. It's just as well. After pulling you out of the fire these last few times, I reckoned I was due to deliver you into it. What level is our quest now? 57 still, okay. Into the fire, is it? In that case, I should inform the tower of our plans. Pray go on ahead to the airship landing. I shall join you anon. Ta-da-da! Onwards we go then. I really love that you can see the map when you're teleporting in cities. Like, I remember a lot of people were like not particularly impressed by that. Or maybe I'm exaggerating a bit when I say not impressed, but they were like feeling like, why hasn't it been there sooner? I understand why, but I still am just happy that it's there. Back in the day you had to just know where things were. The boys have been hard at work preparing for our flight, and I'm pleased to say we're ready to depart. That is, as soon as I'm certain... Pray forgive me my lateness. Tatara and I had much to discuss. We still have no news of the missing scions, but she assures me that Urianger and Ryle are pursuing promising leads. Come, we can continue this discussion aboard the Enterprise. I'll make my own ship. I'll call it the Exit Prize.
The others are waiting for you aboard the Enterprise, Caetsu. Shall we get going?
To the northern reaches of the Sea of Clouds, where countless isles yet remained uncharted. In search of a mysterious land known as Azyz Lla, and the unmasked villain who sought to claim its secrets. Oblivious to the new threat which followed in their wake, they came.
And, from here, Camp Cloudtop looks rather far. Be on your guard, Caetsu. The Vano could be anywhere, even watching us as we speak. 57. Assuming the Soleil is here, I doubt she will come to us. We should begin searching the Isles in earnest. Of course, we must remain vigilant for Vanu scouts as well. I would rather avoid needless bloodshed. An aether current. Oh. Yeah, I see nothing, Alphino. Sorry. You searched the skies for the Soleil, but see nothing resembling the missing airship. This light looks a little different. I sure hope I don't get ambushed by a solo duty. Oh no! Thank you, Sip. Enjoy your food. Mayhap this effort was doomed to failure.
Berg's Mercy of Netherlings does not fight, does not wish to die.
Was that a Vano being attacked? But by whom? Over there. Imperial troops?
The Guardians, seize them. They'll know where the Archbishop is.
The enemy of my enemy. we've no choice. With me, Caetsu. Protect the Vanu. That's the spirit. Oh, there's the healer. Heal him first.
Protect me!
Thaliak. Alright. There's more? Oh. They brought a ship. Oh look, a healer. Should I just kill the Centurion and call it a day? Oh, that doesn't end the fight. How am I not surprised? Excellent. It's a lone Vanu, or you could say a lone Vanu. Netherlings say, save lone Vanu from certain death. Showers Netherlings with thanks like summer squall. Lone Vanu knows not what wind bears Netherlings to cloud sea, but warmly welcomes them. Shows gratitude where gratitude is due. Oh, nice. Lone Vanu owes much and more to Netherlings. As saviors, as heroes, Zundu welcomes you. To village we go, to north. Come, come. Oh. So the Guardians were searching for the Archbishop and believed that the Vanu knew something of his whereabouts. Methods notwithstanding, they may have had the right of it. I conclude that we should accept Lone Vanu's offer of hospitality and visit his village. That's the spirit. Is Bismarck... I seem to recall Bismarck. Isn't that a 59 encounter? Because if it is, then we are still far away. Or is it 57? Oakjack says 57. Well, then we'll look forward to the fight. Yep, it is 57. Then we'll probably be right there very soon.
Like priest guides leaves to rest, come and lay down your burdens, Netherlings. Lone Vanu throws wide arms in greeting. Behold, Oka Zundu.
A far warmer welcome than the one you received from the Vundu, I think.
Ha! Wundu bluster and blow hither and yon, sound and fury like aimless gale. Huh? What unseen lightning begets such thunderous report?
Bismarck? There you are. Did you see it? It's that damn flying whale again. The Imperials are after it. That makes sense. Where?
The white?
He's wounded.
Yum.
By the 12! Did the beast just eat that island?
O insatiable white, O devourer of worlds, why must you torment us? Bah, Lunuvanu wastes no more words on his unfathomable deeds. Come, Netherlings, come and break words with Chief of Zundu.
Break words. It's a lethal pun, is it, Bojack? We have Lonuvano for when you're lonely, and when you're like really mad, you're going to like bird all over the place. You're Gornavano. And depending on your dialect, maybe you're Gunavano. Wait, 93 to the southeast. Does that mean that it's up near the chief? Yeah, it is. Soon to sell it. Excellent. And soon to fix it, of course.
With wisdom deep as nethers and eyes clear as cloudless blue, Sonu Vanu speaks for Sundu. Hearken to his words. Netherlings deliver Lonuvano from claws of steel-shod fiends and prove nobility. He knows not to ignore fair winds, and brings before you with all haste.
What do we do with him?
Soft rains to soothe the heart and sunshine to warm. Gratitude of Sonu, Chief of Zundu, is boundless.
We are honored to meet you, Chief Sonu. I am Alphino Leveilleur, and these are my companions Caetsu Chaiji and Sid Garland. We are come in search of an airship, a flying vessel of the Nethers, which we believe is somewhere in the Cloud Sea.
Like to black steel-shod contraption from which you saved Lonuvanu?
Alas, no. That ship belongs to the Guardian Empire, an old enemy of ours, though not the enemy we are looking for at present. So many enemies. The men we seek wear armor of purest white and are led by an old man in white robes.
Wait, Lonuvanu here tell of these Netherlings.
You do? Are you certain?
As sun rises and falls and returns, we are. Zundu scouts can testify to words of Lonuvanu. Aye, winds carry purpose of Netherlings to our ears as well. Netherlings seek key to Azyz Lla.
Now we're getting somewhere. Tell us, Chief Sonu, what exactly is this Azyz Lla?
Beware, Netherlings, for blackest clouds portend greatest danger. Look not into the heart of tempest. There lies ancient birthplace of sin, home of forbidden secrets. To speak more is to call the wind. But the White devours Isle where key is kept. Deep within bowels of mighty Bismarck it lies, beyond reach of the foolhardy.
And beyond ours.
Rejoice not in his gluttony, lone Havano, for a stone gives way to water and wind, all yields to the White. This he knows, Chief Sonu. Madness of Wundu bodes ill for all Vanu.
$57. So Azyz Lla is home to forbidden secrets, accessible only to the bearer of a key which the Archbishop covets. Much as I would like to believe it's safe within the belly of Bismarck, the Knights of the Heavensward wield primal powers. If we do not slay the whale and claim the key first, they surely will. Quite how we will go about it is another matter. As was the case in our battle with Leviathan, we are out of our element, and this time we have far fewer allies to call upon. Be that as it may, our customary approach still holds. We must begin by learning more about the White. Let us each question the residents of the village, then regroup and share our findings anon.
If Netherlings seek knowledge of the White, then speak with Kunuvali, foremost keeper of tales. But neglect not to present self with humility and respect, as sun yields to moon and moon to sun. Netherlings must greet Kunuvali with a bow.
Weird how we didn't have to bow to the chief. Look, we have the mana cutter. Looks a little awkward when it flies this slowly. Exactly, it just hovers over the ground and doesn't even fly that fast.
Sivir wins and you're back and sunshine to warm your brow, traveler from below. Kunuvali, keeper of tales, hears your words and she remembers. In times long ago, in lands elsewhere, before even the cloud see, the White is one among many. Newborn, he swims beside his many brothers in seas of endless water. But hated, the White is, for his brothers are purest black. So great is their contempt, their loathing, that they turn upon him and rend his flesh asunder, and so he falls, only to rise again. For merciful gods raise him to the heavens, and there he is reborn. The White still longs for the sea to which he cannot return, but in rebirth, a splinter of the divine is shared, and so he opens his maw from whence come the clouds, and a new sea is born, home to him alone. Content he gazes below, and sees others who are as he, hated and hunted. He weeps, and in his benevolence raises up isles of earth and guides these people to the cloud sea. Such is the tale of his rebirth, and the salvation of the Vanu. May it never be forgotten. But this demon which menaces the cloud sea, his rage is that of the Vundu, his hunger that of the wild beast. The isles are his gift to us, yet now he must consume them? Kunuvali knows no tales like this.
That's an interesting point. If he's known to have summoned these earth, then he wouldn't actually eat it. So according to the Vanu, the Sea of Clouds and the Floating Isles were gifts from Bismarck to his people. Gifts which he has taken to eating, yes, technically within his rights, I suppose, if perhaps a little ungenerous, God say. But what of you, Elfino? Did you learn aught of value? Alas, no. That is, unless you have an interest in the intricacies of Vanu sky fishing. Sky fishing? My God, that's it? Elfino, my boy, I could kiss you! From what we've observed, Bismarck is a creature of pure instinct, driven primarily by hunger. When wounded by the Imperials, it fled, but not before devouring another island to restore its strength. What I propose is this. We tow a suitably appetizing island through the Sea of Clouds, in essence, fishing for a flying whale. Once we draw Bismarck out of hiding, we shall use dragon killers to fire grapnels into the beast's hide, and then reel it in close, enabling our resident Icon Slayer to engage it directly. A bold plan, Master Garland, but an exceedingly dangerous one. Should Caetsu fail to subdue the creature, she would almost certainly be eaten, along with the rest of your appetizing island. Yeah! Have you thought of that? Oh, she won't fail, and if anything does go wrong, I'll be at the helm of the Enterprise, ready to tow her out of trouble. I wouldn't entrust a task like this to anyone else. No, I trust you have no objections to my joining you as well. Not at all. The more the merrier. Right then. It seems the boys and I have a lot of work to do if the Enterprise is to be ready for our fishing trip, while you two need to find me some bait. And not just any island, mind. I want a mouthful at most. Yeah, because if it's too big, then he can't actually tow it. I guess. Well, you heard Sid. We need an island to bait the hook. By way of a first step, I propose we speak with Chief Sonu. If the Sundu are as concerned by Bismarck's behavior as they have given us to believe, they may well be supportive of our efforts to slay him.
The Tramontane is upon us, the white feasts, and the Wundu rejoice in his carnage.
Hear me, Chief Sonu. This creature which torments you now is not the deity who raised up the floating isles and made a gift of them to you. He is a perversion of your beliefs given form by the Wundu, a false savior who consumes that which he should rightly safeguard. Yet, it need not be this way, Chief Sonu. We have the power to strike down this impostor, but we must beg of you an island to see it done.
Modes against the tempest, in vain do they struggle. Yet who is Sonu to speak of what may be? Perhaps even the Tramontane can turn to the Ponente.
Ponente? Haven't seen that word before.
Very well, Netherlings. When you are ready, tell Sundu scouts what manner of island you require, and they guide you to it.
We shall not fail, Chief Sonu. On that you have my word. Come, Caetsu, let us see how Sid's preparations are progressing. Oh, excellent. There's another ether current. Our Ishgardian friends have furnished us with dragon killers and ammunition, and I've taken the liberty of procuring a Magitech field generator as well. Rest assured, we've changed to spare every link forged by the manufacturer's master craftsmen. If you've any lingering doubts as to their strength, know that they were originally intended to bind dragons and were not found wanting. It pleases me to inform you that the Vanu Vanu have agreed to furnish us with an island of our choosing. Then all that remains is to confirm the readiness of the poor buggers who will actually be doing the fighting. Caetsu, let Wedge know when your party is assembled.
I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but I don't like this plan. I don't like it one bit, but I can't help being excited all the same. So tell me, Caetsu, are you ready to hunt the white whale?
Yes.
After you then, Caetsu. All aboard.
Let me just poke Sip about it. Then we'll see if he wants to join. Or if he is AFK. We'll give him a couple minutes. At most. Oh, he is responding. Sounds like he'll be right there. So how's your quests going, Pokeshack? Seven minutes. Or not? Excellent. This is a very awkward fight because it's very ad-oriented, and then there's like a very specific burst phase. Because of the specific burst phase, it may feel like it is necessary to hold cooldowns a lot. For mobs that don't really require burst, it might be a benefit to hold cooldowns actually. And then the important thing is that if you're not actually on the back of Bismarck, then your damage doesn't work. Excellent. Now we just have to do that again, so now we have a lot of time to recover our cooldowns to do this again. Why am I tanking? Apparently there's no one tanking it. I think the warrior tank isn't using the tank stance. Like this is going to be fine, I think, but this is not optimal. Uh-oh. And then I believe there's an ad phase again, if I remember correctly. And then we hopefully can clear the boss in a single round, so that we don't have to deal with ads twice. Oh. Oh, nice. Nice knockback, apparently. Oh well. I didn't really see that one coming. Get ready on the Dragon Killer. Oh, Thunderhead, that means spread, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I have had to do Bismarck. No reason to put up the Chaos Thrust, because the the thing is going to be dead before that's going to matter, I think. Yep. Aside from me getting knocked off the platform, I think that went pretty well.
Warrior light, beloved Eidolon, all made darkness, light to none known. Hark, receiver, blessing, Smol.
So falls the Lord of Mists, as did all others before him. How many times does this make, Warrior of Light? Ah, how much you have grown, far beyond the limits of mere mortals.
She has what we seek?
That she does. The key to Azyz Lla and the secrets of Allag. I see you have regained the blessing of light, albeit at a fraction of its former strength.
My thanks to you, Asien. And to you as well, Warrior of Light, for saving us the effort of slaying Bismarck. Now that the key is within our grasp, the path to the heavens shall at last be laid bare. By our deeds shall the wrongs of antiquity be righted. and man reclaim the reins of history.
And Sip says, yes, if you're wondering, I was tanking the blue one, and the one you were near was the one the warrior should have been tanking. Yeah, I did notice that. You were specifically tanking the other one, and I didn't notice that the warrior was trailing me and the other dragoon on enmity, but because the warrior specifically wasn't using their tank stance, it didn't really work. And I guess he didn't realize that when I specifically wrote in chat that no one was tanking it. But it turned out fine, I guess. It seemed like the healers were really putting in effort to heal me, and I think I got 2 commendations at the end too. Yeah, 2 commendations, so I guess someone appreciated that I just owned it and let me be the tank for the sake of survival. And Pokeshot got to level 79, awesome. And Fash Day says, Dragon Killer. Isn't that just some kind of harpoon to drag the dragon towards you? It doesn't seem to be killing much. Yeah, I know, right? Dragon Killer. It should be in like quotations at least. Actually, it should have been written like you wrote it. Dragon Killer. Or at least it said be like dragon, quote unquote, killer. A weirdly aggressive name. But I think it's because it's supposed to be killing dragons, and this is Bismarck, and it's a whale. So it doesn't work. It doesn't work because it's not a dragon, it's a whale. Forgive me, Caetsu. Had I known what was happening, mayhap I could have done something to stop them. Alas, Witch and I were still sealed within the engine room and heard naught of the struggle until it was over. And now, for all our efforts, the Archbishop holds the very thing we sought to keep from him. But all is not lost, for we yet live, and we know their destination. Let us give chase and bring an end to their machinations. Oh. A wind up Sid. Sip didn't even get any commendations. Oh. The curse of not having the sprout icon, I guess. Though we failed to secure the key, we must not forget that we succeeded in ridding the realm of another primal, and preventing the Vanuvana's lands from being consumed in so doing. The Sundu, at least, shall be glad of our deeds this day. Let us go and inform Chief Zono of our victory. Sid and the others will need a moment to tend to the Enterprise besides.
Wait, something is amiss. Imperial troops. And they have already secured the area.
Reveal yourselves at once!
And there I was expecting more beastmen. Who are you?
I thought Ishgardians responsible for the disappearance of our scouts, but I see now that I was mistaken. Just as Wire observed, the Warrior of Light is wont to appear at the most inopportune times.
The Warrior of Light? She who bested Van Baelsar?
It would seem that the famous hero of Eorzea seeks Azyz Lla as well. Hardly unexpected. The secrets of the Allagan's power to bind icons to their will could scarcely fail to interest the scions of the Seventh Dawn. You know as well as we what will ensue should these insatiable creatures be allowed to roam free. That their very existence threatens the life of this star. We but disagree on the solution to the problem.
Genocide has ever been the Empire's favored recourse. And that is why we will continue to oppose your every attempt to claim Eorzea.
You do not hesitate to speak your mind, even when your every word could be your last. Alas, your sentiments betray the narrowness of your view. The fate of Eorzea and its inhabitants is of little concern next to the fate of the world. Tis my solemn charge as Emperor to bring the icons to heel. If this requires the extermination of certain elements, then so be it.
No, don't! They are not his thralls!
Where did that come from?
Take cover!
Your Radiance, we must withdraw.
We shall meet again, Warrior of Light. On that you have my word.
So Garlemald too has designs on Azyz Lla. But why would the Emperor himself elect to lead the expedition?
Welcome back, Pokeshack. You know that preemptive shot could hit you, right? Yeah, exactly. I think the more impressive part was Lucia shooting everything except the Vanu Vanu. That was very impressive. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would stand less than 20 paces from the Emperor of Garlemald. Varys Sos Galvus in the flesh. I assume the commander that accompanied him must be the legatus of whom the centurion spoke. Ah, forgive me. This is neither the time nor place for such idle speculation. Pray return to the Enterprise at once. It occurs to me that our friends may have run afoul of Imperial forces as well. I have yet to apprise Chief Zono of all that has occurred, but once I have, we will rejoin you at the airship. I just had... Oh, whoops, the airship is this way. I just had to be sure that that I had taken the aetherite without clicking on it. For some reason I assumed that the airship would be down there where we came from. Because she is the sister of the punch gun girl. I mean, she doesn't need to shoot that accurately if she punches you and then uses the gun. Alright, for anyone curious, we're about 2 dungeons and 1 trial away from the credits now. Thank the 12 you're alive, Caetsu. When that battleship appeared and fired on the village, we feared the game was up for you and Alphino. What in the 7 hells happened over there? Oh, you know, leader of Galmal, don't worry about it. First the Archbishop turns up with an Ascian in tow, and now the goddamned Emperor pays us a visit. What is this? A procession of notable bastards? Who's next? The Keeper of the 7th Bloody Gate? Maybe. No one so notable, Master Garland. I am happy to report that the Sundu were overjoyed to learn of Bismarck's demise. Chief Zunu sends his warmest regards, Caetsu. There was much talk of westerly winds. Miraculously, none suffered lasting harm during the raid. It would seem the Sundu were taken entirely unawares and wisely chose to offer no resistance. I sense they had no more to fear from the Empire. I sense they have no more to fear from the Empire, for the present at least. Had the Emperor truly been intent on their extermination, Oxundu would already have been leveled. Plainly, Varys is only interested in reaching Azyz Lla. Speaking of which, if you're all ready to continue the chase, the Enterprise is as well, shall we? Oh right, we completely forgot to equip our new gear. New weapon. Cast glamour to get our fancy pink toothpick. Let's see, did we get any gear upgrades? The earrings are not helpful. The ring is helpful, I think. Yep. And this bracelet, sure. New upgrades. And the rest goes in the armory chest, assuming we have space for it. Getting very close. Lest you wonder, Wedge was able to calculate the heading indicated by the beam of light emitted by the key. If Azyz Lla lies in that direction, we'll find it. The Soleil may have a lead on us, but she's no Enterprise. We'll catch them. You'll see.
I did not think that I would ever have occasion to pilot a suit of Magitech armor again, least of all under these circumstances. My full name is Lucia Go Junius, and I was born a citizen of Garlemald.
Ah, that explains it. When we first met in Ishgard, I very nearly called you Livia.
Livia? Livia Sasjunius? The tribunus who served under Gaius van Baelsar?
Aye, she was my sister, though we spent little time together. After our parents were killed in an uprising, we were sent to live in different households, setting us on separate paths. Livia felt at home on the battlefield and chose to become a soldier, while I underwent training to become a spy.
Then, Ishgard was...
My mission. It was believed that Allagan relics of great worth were stored in the vault, and I was sent to investigate. Though I was given little information at the time, I now suspect I was searching for the key we but recently lost. And then I met Sir Emeric. 'Twas his usefulness to my mission which prompted me to approach him, but I soon found myself drawn to him for other reasons. He too was a prisoner of his past, judged for his heritage as a bastard son of the Archbishop. Yet unlike my sister and I, he did not curse his fate. He simply rose above it. In time, I came to realize that I had found a man worth following, and a new home besides. And when I subsequently confessed all to Sir Emeric, he was good enough to accept me into his service.
I do not question your loyalty to Sir Emeric. It is your loyalty to your sister which concerns me.
I have long been of the opinion that those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future. My sister fought for her convictions and for those she held dear. So do I. So must we all.
Well, I, for one, am happy to welcome a fellow Garlean to our merry band. Especially one who can make Magitech armor sing.
Chief, we should be getting close.
Once we break through those clouds, we'll be right where the light was pointing. Right where Azyz Lla should be.
Hold on, everyone! Look! I think that's it!
Sorry about that.
Chief, is that... Allagan? Aye. There's no mistaking their handiwork.
What was that?
Some sort of barrier.
She won't hold, Chief! She's breaking up!
I've lost the auxiliary propeller!
Sid, it's no use! We must return to Ishgard and find another way!
God damn it all! Why do the Allagans always have to make everything so bloody complicated?
Yeah, I needed to check something in a folder, and I was like not sure whether it was going to open on a different monitor or not, and well, now you see what the answer was. If I knew for certain that it was going to open on the main monitor, I would have just waited until after the cutscene, but I was uncertain and I didn't feel like I did have much time to check it afterwards. I hope it didn't ruin the cutscene completely. Allagan's doing barriers. Flashbacks of the 4 elements barriers in CT? What is CT? Anyway, this is actually a good thing I just wanted to talk about, is that as you're going towards Crystal Tower, right, exactly, correct. I don't see the shorthand for Crystal Tower very often, so I forgot. Thank you. Is that if you just know, okay, after Bismarck, there is some point in the story, some reason that we're going to Idyllshire. Some reason. And then, somehow, we go to Azyz Lla. But at this very moment, we were on the way to Azyz Lla. So I was there like, why is it we end up in Idyllshire? I can't remember. And then there's the barrier thing. Of course. And yeah, the 4 barriers of the Crystal Tower, where you needed 4 different candies. And we'd barely finished repairing the damage incurred during our sky fishing trip. On the other hand, any landing you can walk away from, as they say. I can only presume the Soleil passed through the barrier unscathed. That would certainly explain why the Vanu called it a key. Assuming Sid is correct, and I have no reason to think that he is not, the Vanu's key is required to pass through the barrier protecting Azyz Lla. But even without it, we must find a way to reach the Isle. I shall have everyone convene at the seat of the Lord Commander, that we might discuss how best to proceed. As before, make yourself known to the guardsman when you arrive, and he will show you in. And Poker says, I didn't remember either. I remember the barrier, but not what it was coming. And I remember the thing about the level 59 dungeon. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I know the 59 dungeon is coming, but where it fits in is what confused me. Ah, you are returned. Sir Emmerich and the others await you within.
In summary, the Isle owes its lofty position to the industry of the Allagans, and we can be all but certain that the Archbishop and his cronies are enjoying the view from its top.
I see.
If we are to join them, we will first need to pass through the Isle's etheric barrier, which is, alas, more powerful than most. Powerful enough to make a mess of a perfectly good airship at any rate. As far as I can gather, the barrier mechanism draws ether from the surrounding environment and polarizes its elemental aspect to produce what is, in effect, a wall of lightning.
It seems plain that without the Vanu's key, any attempt to reach the Isle will end in failure.
Alas, the key was careless enough to leave without us, and I don't think the Vanu keep a spare.
Master Garland, based on your experience, is there no other way that we might breach the barrier?
Well, in the past, we've beaten similar barriers by nullifying them with elemental converters. But the one we're up against this time dwarfs aught we've encountered before. The Enterprise simply isn't large enough to bear the requisite amount of crystals.
I'm reminded of the quantity needed to nullify Leviathan's command of the sea. A veritable mountain of crystals that could only be borne by lashing 2 galleons together to form a twin vessel, scarcely able to propel itself, much less fly.
That said, we're not without options. If it isn't feasible to nullify the barrier, we might try piercing it.
How?
We create a ram of condensed ether and mount it on my ship. There's just one problem. I don't have the faintest idea how to build one. It's going to take a true authority in the field, I reckon.
Would that the Archons were still with us.
But yesterday evening, I chanced to find Mistress Tataru in unusually high spirits. Assuming I understood her excited ramblings correctly, she has acquired a clue, pointing to the whereabouts of one such individual.
An Archon? Truly?
Ha! Fortune favors the righteous, eh? Well then, let's not waste any time. While you go and look for our missing friend, I'll work on modifying the Enterprise. Her hull will need reinforcing to bear the punishment, not to mention a mount for the ram. Just you wait, my pretty. By the time I'm finished, you'll be an airship reborn.
A different kind of ARR, am I right? An ARR, you could say. AIRR.
Welcome back, Caetsu. How goes the mission? Did you manage to catch up with the Archbishop and his cronies?
I'm here.
So you finally arrived at Azyz Lla, only to find your way barred by some sort of barrier. Typical.
Actually, yes.
But it's not all bad news. I've made progress in search of our friends. In the search for our friends. Don't worry, Caetsu. We'll get to Azyz Lla yet.
Still 57.
When you fled the Victory Feast, you used the ancient watercourse beneath the city, right? Well, shortly after things went back to normal in Ul'dah, I asked Marshal Tarupin to have the tunnel searched.
A logical place to look. It was there you lost contact with Minfilia, Thancred and Y'shtola, was it not? Dare I ask what the Marshal found?
I don't actually know. Pippin's message just said that there had been a discovery, and that we were to come to the Hall of Flames at our earliest convenience.
I dare not think what it might be. We shall depart at once. Tataru, let Uranji know to join us in Ul'dah. He will wish to be present as well.
Yes, sir.
Where do we return to? Ul'dah, apparently. So many quests. We are grateful for your assistance, Marshal Tarupin. You saved Her Grace and Father both. 'Tis the least I can do to repay you.
Forgive me my impatience, Marshal, but your missive mentioned a discovery?
Yes, of course. As per your request, I had my men scour the waterways. Almost immediately, we encountered a difficulty. An entire section of the tunnel had collapsed. With the Mineral Concerns Corporation, however, we were able to remove the rubble, which yielded the battered bodies of a dozen crystal braves. Go on.
Be at ease, Master Alphino. Your friends were not among the deceased.
That alone is cause for hope, and then there's this. Ah yes, a stick.
You stole his wand!
I had assumed as much. If I may, Marshal. Tis as I did surmise, judging by the etheric imprint that lingereth yet upon this wand. It hath assuredly been employed in the casting of a most uncommon magic. Namely, the very first that man did conceive to traverse great distances, and the ancient precursor to all methods of travel that utilize the life stream, flow. The spell entaileth the reduction of the corporeal form into its constituent ether, that the caster might enter the life stream and ride its currents thereby. Unlike the teleportation magics of modern times, it requireth not a lengthy incantation. That Y'shtola should choose to employ such a spell bespeaketh the need for haste. All of which would suggest she managed to escape. Would that it were so simple. Know that the scholars of Sharlayan forbade the use of this spell, and with good reason. The caster hath but limited control over his course. For every mage who came safe unto his destination, another would be set adrift in the life stream, never to emerge.
What? No. No, you can't mean.
Be not downcast, my friends. Pop back up. Back up to positivity, Tataru. We'll be okay. Be not downcast, my friends, for there's yet hope. 'Tis like that Y'shtola's passage hath left traces in the life stream. Could we but follow these from the point at which the magic was invoked, we may yet find her. To the Sildi excavation site, then. Our thanks for your aid, Marshal. Do not mention it. I shall pray for Lady Y'shtola's safe return. Oh, she looks worried. Poor Tataru. Yeah, Pokeshak says, you know, typical barrier of every day. Yeah, you know. Go out your door in the morning. Nope, there's an elemental barrier. Did you bring your corrupted crystal? Oh, finally you get there. Make your way to the work, to your car. Surprise! Elemental barrier. And then, finally, you get to your job. Well, almost. You need to park your car. Wouldn't you know it? Elemental barrier. And then, you get to the door of your job. Need to get into the office. Elemental barrier. Evidence of Y'shtola's passage will have been made faint by time, but mayhap some few scant traces yet remain to guide our steps. The trail leadeth to the north and east, under the bosom of the Twelves Wood. Are you certain? Yes. Aye, there's no mistake. Thither hath Y'shtola journeyed. And yet the Gridanians have reported no sightings. We must take this to mean she is still adrift. If it be so, I do fear for our friend. Contrary to its name, the live stream is more akin to a raging torrent. Linger over long in the midst of this maelstrom, and the ether that formeth one's soul shall surely be scattered, ne'er to be reformed. We have no time to waste. Urianger, pray explore all possible options for reversing the effect of this forbidden magic. Caetsu, Tataru, we three shall press on to Gridania and petition the Elder Seedseer's aid. Back to Gridania we go. This particular section from 57 to 58 is particularly... Wow! Looks like a concert is happening. Anyway, before they play copyrighted music, let me get out of there. It is said that the elementals perceive the live stream. If, as we suspect, Y'shtola is still adrift in its midst, they may be able to find her. But if we are to appeal to them for assistance, we must needs do so through their chosen, the Pachal. It is imperative, therefore, that we speak with Canesena without delay. I have already requested an audience with the Elder Seedseer. She will receive us in the Lotus Stand presently. We need but speak with the conjurer yonder to be admitted. And Tataru is just standing there looking cute. Of course she is. Anyway. The Elder Seedseer awaits you. Awaits. Pray follow me. Okay. Be welcome, my friends, and speak freely. I gather your suit will admit no delay. It will not, my lady. Pray forgive the abrupt nature of our request, but it is a matter of life and death. I see. As you say, we must needs act swiftly if we are to free Y'shtola from the ungentle pull of the live stream. And as you have surmised, we cannot do this unaided, however.
In requesting the Elemental's assistance to find Y'shtola, you must needs be aware of one difficulty. A difficulty born of the fundamental difference between man and elemental.
That being?
In perceiving the world around him, man relies upon senses such as sight and sound. For the sake of convenience, he gives names to such things as are near or dear to him. Being formed of pure ether, however, such concepts are foreign to the elementals. Instead, they perceive by observing the ebb and flow of the energies of life. So profound a division cannot be bridged with simple discourse. The elementals' voices stir not the air, and thus reach not our ears, while our words are but wind to them. Though we seers can commune with them through feelings, naught that we can impart will serve to aid them in identifying Y'shtola. Nay, they must needs be presented with ether which is akin to hers, if you could but find a family member.
Oh! I know just the person! Y'shtola has a sister who came to live in Gridania. She told me about her once.
Oh, that is most fortunate indeed. Pray, seek this sister out then, and bring her to Evershade. There, we shall petition the Great One's aid in finding your lost companion.
And I believe if you do the main, like if you did your job quests as a summoner, you would be like saying the same thing. Like, oh, a sister, you say? I just happen to know someone exactly fitting that description. What a coincidence. Which is an interesting little thing to like introduce story from different jobs. Incidentally, summoner gets their time in the spotlight at this time.
If memory serves, Y'shtola's sister is named Imhitra. She's supposed to be a member of the Sons of Saint Koinak. Anyway, she spends most of her time around Upkalu Falls. From what I recall. Let's look for her there.
Ah, yes. The long run over to the guy that hands out achievement rewards.
Yes? Is there something you require? Lady Ymitra, it is an honor to meet you. My name is Alfnor Laveyeur, and this is Tataru Taru. So you are my sister's comrades in the Science of the Seventh Dawn. When I heard that your people were being pursued, I desperately sought to reach Y'shtola, but all mine efforts were to no avail. Now I know why, a forbidden spell of all things, that she should be so reckless. But what's done is done. I thank you for bringing word to me. Needless to say, I should be glad to help. Though we were born of different mothers, our veins course with the same father's blood. I hope that this will be enough for the elementals. Come, let us make for Evershade at once.
That is extremely Mikote of them, by the way. Like, extremely Mikote.
Let us begin. Raya O, Arun, if you would. Hearken to me, O great ones. Pray give yourselves to the life stream, a drifting soul to find.
Please, Y'shtola. Please come back to us.
Now! A room has been readied at the roost. Pray, bear her thither at once. All that remains is to pray, my friends.
See here.
Oh, Idyllshire. Just seeing her face again, it's... Oh, I've been so worried.
Sip says that he's pretty sure that my next dungeon is his favorite in Heavensward. Well, it's the one in near Idyllshire, Great Gobol Library.
Ystola's resting within an inn room, though she's still unconscious. The signs are positive. The conjurers say she is in sound health and should awaken before long. Isn't that wonderful? Now, while we wait for Idyllshire to wake up, I thought I'd take the opportunity to finish my little surprise for her. It's something I've been working on for a while now, in the hope that she'd one day return to us. It wants for just a couple more items before it's ready. I've already placed orders for these items. Could I ask you to retrieve them for me? One is with the Leatherworkers Guild and another is with the Conjurers Guild. Speak with Mistress Geva and Brother Esumi Yan, and they ought to take care of you.
Okay. Project is... Oh yeah, Sip continues to add that it's about the one with dolls in it. Which means that it is Anti-Tower, which is post-Heavensward. Or the post-game of Heavensward. And Sip says, I'm pretty sure you get unique lines in the part where they rescue Ystula from the tree if you've leveled White Mage, since I remember getting acknowledged as one, but I might be wrong. I don't remember. By the time that I got to this point in the story on my main, I do believe I had White Mage at like level 30.
What is it? I'm a busy woman, so be quick about it. If you wish to place an order, speak with Randall. You're to retrieve an order from Mistress Tataru, you say. You come at a good time. I finished it but moments ago. It was no small coup working it to her specifications, but I did it nonetheless. Payment has already been settled. However did that girl come by chimerical hide anyway? You need either balls of steel or bottomless coin purse, and it seemed to me she had neither.
She has contacts.
It's hard to say, Pokeshack. Usually the nods to the jobs you have played that make sense in the story are subtle. Like, who knows, maybe your character will pipe up about this, that you actually do know Ymitra, and it's not just a Taro that knows, if you're a summoner. But I don't seem to recall that. I did recall that I knew this about Ymitra in the first place. But whether it's part of the story is hard to say. Usually the main the player character is them having an opportunity to say stuff is typically avoided in voiced cutscenes as much as possible.
You are come to Stillglade Fane, the home of the Conjurers Guild. How may I assist you?
Ah yes, Mistress Tataru's order. As requested, it has been sanctified in the sight of the elementals. I know not what she intends for the staff, but it is a most singular artifact. Even one possessed of my experience would struggle to wield it. Huh. Cool. Can I have it? Sounds like a good weapon. Can I use it as a toothpick? Carline Canopy. That's back here, yes? Da 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 da. I don't even want to know what they're playing, because if it's something that is copyrighted, then we have to get out of there. I don't want to risk it. And Sip says, I'm pretty sure it's one of the side characters in that scenario that acknowledge your character, as they're part of the White Mage storyline, but it's more so, oh hi, rather than anything important. And Pokeshack says, if you do the summoner quest, when you go to see her, she says, oh, and then the character name, and then says the normal line. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Ah, you're back. You have the items, I hope?
Tataru's Leatherwork Commission, a leather bag containing an item prepared for by the Leatherworkers Guild, as per Tataru's request. A cloth bag containing the item prepared by the Conjurers Guild, as per Tataru's request.
Oh, it's precisely as I requested. A perfect match for the other pieces. Truly, Geva is a master among masters. And the staff completes the surprise. Thank you so much, Caetsu. I can't wait to see what Y'shtola thinks of the surprise. Lest you wonder, she's doing very well, and the conjurers have left her in her sister's care. Let's go and pay them a visit, shall we?
Y'shtola! I'm so glad you're back!
Tataru. You are safe. Thank the 12. Something has changed about you, Alphino. Or mayhap the change is with me. I seem to sense the ether around me more keenly than before.
I am pleased to see you well again. Do you feel strong enough to talk?
Worry not. I am well enough.
Tell us then, what befell you after you fled the feast? We were told that there had been a tunnel collapse.
That was my doing. I brought the tunnel down that you and Minfidia might escape. At the last moment, I invoked a teleportation magic, in hopes of spiriting Thancred away at least. Needless to say, it did not go quite as planned, and I found myself adrift in the life stream. The others? Where are they? Did they not escape?
They remain unaccounted for. You were the only one we have been able to find. I am truly sorry. It was the Crystal Braves who pursued you that day. My hubris that led to our undoing.
No apologies are necessary, Alphino. You are not to blame for what occurred. Know that were our comrades here, they would commend you for keeping the light of hope alive.
Don't worry. The others are alive and well, I'm sure of it. We just need to find them.
Indeed, Tataru. Let us find our friends and rebuild the Scions.
Ha! There is the Alphino I remember. And I feel much the better for his return. 'Tis time I arose.
That reminds me. I have a change of clothes for you. I don't like to boast, but I made them myself. I learned how to weave while we're in Ishgard, you see.
Tataru has apprised me of all that took place in the aftermath of the assassination plot. It would seem I have been away for some while.
Yes, much and more happened during your absence. At present, we seek to follow the Archbishop to Azyz Lla.
And you want for some manner of etheric ram to pierce the floating isle's protective barrier?
We do. Might you be able to furnish us with one?
A means to prise open a hole in an Allagan barrier. And one large enough to admit an airship, no less. Nay, I lack the knowledge to devise such a weapon. But I know of one who could. A leading figure in the field of etheric research, and one of the finest scholars ever to grace Sharlayan. Matoya, my former master.
And Bojack says, nobody talks about Ymithra not having a single line in the cutscene because she doesn't have a voice. And yeah, that's it's very interesting. Like I've talked about this before. It's really funny when you can see that they're like actively avoiding having a character have to say something, because obviously either that character does not actually have a voice actor, or they wouldn't want the voice actor for that. Like they didn't need that voice for that particular scene. They'd rather find a way to do without.
In my youth, I had the honor of studying under Matoya. In the field of aetheric research, she was without rival. I have no doubt that her knowledge will be of aid to our cause. The question is, will she share it with us? My master has ever been willful. The gods forbid anyone disagrees with her. When the Guardian Empire first marched upon Eorzea some 15 years ago, the denizens of Sharlayan were summoned back to the motherland. However, Matoya refused to join the exodus. To this day, she lives a hermit's life on the fringes of the abandoned city. So it is to the Dravanian hinterlands that we must go, to the place of my birth. Though Alice and I were born in Sharlayan, our days were there were short. We remained only until the exodus, and I have not returned since. Oh, so it's to be a homecoming then? As fine a reason as any to go to Sharlayan, and it would afford us the opportunity to pay my master a visit. I believe you have mistaken our primary objective, Y'shtola. At any rate, the journey will take us through largely unknown territory. Let us first return to Ishgard and make our preparations. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let us continue. Oh, that was really weird. It felt almost like there was a frame on my screen. Sharlayan is situated in the Dravanian hinterlands. To get there, we must strike west and traverse the breadth of the Dravanian forelands. Make no mistake, it will be a grueling journey. The party shall be comprised of Caetsu, Y'shtola and myself. Tataru, pray remain in Ishgard and continue the search for our missing friends. Yes, sir. First, let us make for Tailfeather. We're almost at the level 58 point, and we're almost level 69. Nice. A long soak in the livestream followed by a long journey. I would not recommend it to anyone. But rest assured my strength is returning to me. I shall be back to my former self ere long.
Ooh, weapons!
This again. I believe I am sufficiently rested. Let us continue west to Sharlayan. Once we descend the mountain path, we will arrive at the Ravanian hinterlands. From there, it is but a short distance to the city. Be warned that we shall be passing through Nath territory. We must needs be wary of them and the dragons both.
Well, it's probably faster to teleport. I don't believe I can fly here yet. This whole thing of being able to fly anywhere is something we'll probably have to be doing on the side. But that'll be a great opportunity when we reach the post-game of Heavensward to level Black Mage some more and do some side quests. Unlock some optional dungeons, and when I say some optional dungeons, I mean the level 51 dungeon. And then unlock flying in every zone that we've passed so far. And then I don't know what we'll be doing on the side. Probably find some day, some time to clear this. Yeah, exactly, Pokeshack. Dusk Vigil and the Ether Currents. If we reach a point where we can unlock some beast tribes, then maybe that. I don't see much reason to do that, since it'll take us, like, actually months to max out a beast tribe if we're doing, like, dailies once a week or less. But getting Black Mage to 60 would, at the very least, give us an opportunity to either level that some more, maybe level a different job.
To the Thaliac River, where to the melted snows of Abelathia's spine eventually find their way by means of 1,000 silver streams. Whose waters have long nourished the Dravanian hinterlands, and so provided for a settlement of learned souls from across the northern seas. To the city of Sharlayan, that great seat of knowledge now abandoned by her keepers, they came.
Ah, yes. Sharlayan.
Matoya dwells on the far side of the Thaliac River. Let us search for a crossing.
And Pokeshack says, I hate this zone only because you can only enter in this moment. And the level 60 quest for Summoner is in front of Gubal. Yeah, that is that was the kind of thing that I had suspected, that probably they would put every level 60 or a 58 job quest like somewhere here, so that they were all evenly matched, right? So that it wouldn't be that one job unfairly could complete their job quest super early for whatever reason, right? But of course, logically, how they would manage to fit that to be the case, I can see why that would be difficult. As far as I know, the story behind why job skills have been less and less connected with storylines and just has become something you get as you level up instead of being a story, is because the story writers had a very difficult time in making a logical explanation for why doing this quest taught you this. A particularly legendarily silly one being the level 60 paladin quest, where you learn royal authority, and one of the paladins there literally go like, wait, this makes no sense. Like, the characters in the story can't comprehend why this would possibly make sense. And that's when you know that you focused maybe more on game mechanics than story progression. So in Stormblood they tried to adjust it a bit by going, okay, can we somehow at least make some logical explanation why you get the level 70 ability, and just the rest of it is just the journey to get it. And even that was still a stretch. The worst part being that, and this is probably more a problem in Shadowbringers and Endwalker days, because there's been a lot of changes to jobs over the years. For example, it would be very awkward if you had a quest, like a job quest, that explicitly taught you a very specific skill, supposedly, but then the skill either has been like changed to something else, or the skill has been outright removed. For example, how would we explain in the story if the paladin finishes their silly level 60 story and they don't get royal authority because, I don't know, the skill has been removed? That would be awkward. So they're kind of like locked in some places.
Knowledge seeks no man. So says the motto of Sharlayan engraved upon yonder stone. The meaning is simple. It falls to us to seek enlightenment. During the 6th Astral Era, at the turn of the 13th century, men from the northern nation of Sharlayan journeyed across the seas to Eorzea in search of knowledge. Upon arriving at these shores, they established a camp for their scholarly endeavors. Over time, this camp grew into a settlement, and the settlement prospered, and so much so that it came to be counted amongst Eorzea's great city-states. Alas, those glory days are now but a fading memory. With her keepers lost to her, Sharlayan has become an empty husk of her former self.
Well, don't be so sure.
Uplander is mistaken. Sharlayan has new keepers, is on cusp of new age of glory. Surprise!
Goblins, here to plunder the city.
Uplander's mistaken, Marchley. We are not thieves. This place is our home.
Your home? When last I looked, it was mine and Alphino's. We were born here.
When Uplanders abandoned city, Uplanders gave up claim. Born here or no, Uplanders are trespassers.
That's fair, actually.
My friends, please, we did not come to dispute your claims in this land. Our purpose here is peaceful. We desire but to cross the river.
Be calm, I beg you, and let us speak like the civilized folk that we are. Surely we can come to a mutual understanding. Ah. Ah.
If that is truth, then uplanders are welcome here. Come with Slowfix. Slowfix will show uplanders settlement.
See, Pokjack says, Scholar needed to fly in Western Kurthas. Oh, that's brutal. That is really brutal. But now in Shadowbringers we have an end of the story, and it is optional. That is true. And Zip says a good example is that during the Conjurer storyline you're forced to use Repose, and now that ability has to exist, even though it is pretty much worthless in any dungeons after level 50, as every mob is resistant to it. Well, I think it's not uncommon that you can sleep them. The problem is that in 99% of situations, actually even more than that, pretty much every situation aside from very extremely specific exceptions, you benefit zero from crowd controlling enemies because it is very easy to AoE things. Back in the day, it cost a resource to use area of effect attacks, which meant that there were genuinely times in a fight where you didn't get anything out of being able to cleave, certain jobs at least. And similarly, there was a time where you had to pull each pack one at a time, which meant that if the enemies were particularly brutal, there could be a benefit to crowd controlling some of them for at least part of the fight, right? But all of these things have just been, simplified to the point where Repose has no purpose. Has no repose purpose? No. Oh, someone actually wrote something in Japanese in the Novice Network. Let me see what they said. Oh, they're talking about being able to speak any language. Fair enough. Pokejack says, in my adventure like Contra, I never used Repose. It's more like I never used Repose in all of my life in the game. In the Contra story, they talk to you about commanding 3 elements and have a quest for attuning to water, but you don't have any water skills until later. Skills with water animations like the shield or the bell. And that's because the exact level where you're supposed to learn a water skill is when you use to learn Fluid Aura. I think Fluid Aura is mentioned in my Shadowbringers, in my Conjurer guide, I think. I'm pretty sure. And the reason why Fluid Aura isn't here anymore is because a long time ago, Fluid Aura did AoE damage as, an OGCD and a knockback. Now, you know how it goes with OGCDs that do damage. They should be used on cooldown. However, attacks with knockbacks should be used sparingly. Therein lies the problem. So, you do your AoE Fluid Aura and suddenly all of the enemies are split to all sides of the room and you have to collect them back up. So technically, usually when the White Mage used Fluid Aura, it was a DPS loss for everyone, including the White Mage itself. Later, they changed it so that, I believe they changed it so that it didn't do damage. And then they changed it to not be a knockback but bind. And then no one used it. And then they removed it because no one used it. That's actually a similar fun fact is that I believe Bard has a repelling shot. I believe that used to be a knockback. But because knockbacks are extremely annoying to deal with, rather than have that, they've changed it to be a jump back, so you're repelling yourself and not the enemy. Which is really funny. Still correct. Still makes sense. but the exact opposite of what it used to be. In terms of repose, I don't know, it's been a while since I did the Conjurer storyline, but as we saw when I did the Black Mage storyline, there were fights like solo duties where I'm pretty sure you would die if you didn't use sleep.
Here is Heart of Settlement, name of Idyllshire. Idyllshire.
What we got here? Guests?
Greetings to you, I'm Alphino Leveilleur, and may I introduce my companions? Caetsu Chaiji and Idyllshire Lla. We have journeyed far in search of a friend, and seek to cross the river. But finding the main bridge collapsed, you went looking for a detour, and ended up stumbling into Slowfix and his crew, is that right? That is the short of it, aye. This place, Idyllshire, I came expecting a ghost town. Suffice it to say, I am surprised to find it so alive. Well, with all them precious artifacts lying about, 'twas only a matter of time before treasure hunters like me moved in, but we weren't the first to arrive, neither. By then, Slowfix and his gobby friends were already settled.
At first, gobbies and hunters disliked each other, but understanding came, then friendship. Now gobbies and hunters have joined hands to build great new nation.
So that is what happened after we Sharlayans departed. Oh, so you're locals. No hard feelings, I hope. All these nice buildings, but no one to live in them. Felt like a waste, you know. We've been trying to put the place to rights, and things have been going well for the most part, but it ain't all smooth sailing. Not to sound ungrateful, but the traps your people left lying about are a bloody nuisance, and there's the Illuminati harrying us day and night.
Slowfix has bright idea. Uplanders desire mutual understanding, yes. Best way to understanding is helping one another. Help citizens of Idyllshire, and Uplanders can be citizens too. Citizens are free to cross river.
Well, I'm not aware of a quicker way to reach our destination. Let us assist Slowfix and his people.
Dark Knight Weapon. I think that's what we did last time, didn't we? I think that's what we did. So we took a Dark Knight. So we take the Dark Knight Weapon. And immediately toss it in our armory chest. Which is really, really, really full. Weapon upgrade. Yes.
So Uplanders agree to help? Good. Here's what Slowfix wants Uplanders to do. Many golems prowl Idyllshire. Get in the way of expansion plans. Slowfix wants Uplanders to eliminate golems. Uplanders are Sharlayan, yes? Sharlayans should know best way to deal with creatures.
So we are to eliminate the golems. That should be a simple enough affair. The automata were employed as sentinels, and by design can be unmade with a coded command. At the time of the Exodus, it was noughts and crosses. And I see no reason why it should not still work. Let us divide the task between 3 of us, the quicker to be finished with it.
With the chat mode in say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter the coded command noughts and crosses to unmake a golem. And Pokeshack says that his strategy when doing the Black Mage story was instead to just do the fights where you probably should use sleep, banging his head against it. Did you die on them? Like, did you just survive through the sheer force of some NPC spamming cure? Oh, right. We had to say the thing. Excellent. With a shutter, the golem crumbles to pieces. I think it's very interesting that there's just like an earth golem standing in the middle of nowhere in the city, and there's people living here just with a defender golem like this just standing in random places. Pokedex says I never died in AR solo instances. Oh, okay, that's good. Oh well, I don't know. It's good if you prefer it that way. I actually remember that I wiped on a summoner quest, like level 35, I think? Something like that. I'm not entirely sure. But that was because my gear was extremely outdated and it was Stormblood. So it was a little harder, I feel.
Golems are no more? Wonderful! Now we can resume work to expand settlement. Uplanders helped Gobbyflock, earned right to be citizens of Idyllshire, but Slowfix must ask another favor.
Another favor, you say?
Short time ago, dear friend of Slowfix ventured into Illuminati territory. Illuminati are nasty goblins, show no mercy even towards Gobbykin. Slowfix fears for friend's life. Please find friend before Illuminati do.
I'm suddenly taken by a sense of foreboding. Be that as it may, we cannot turn a blind eye. Let us make haste and find Slowfix's friend. Sip says, I know someone who dies in solo instances all the time. Well, how's it going for him, by the way? Is he doing better? This is a really big zone when you can't fly, by the way. And Sip says, I'm still waiting for him to get to the end of AR and get blocked by the you need to go to Alliance raid now. Well, we discovered exactly when that is, isn't that right, Pokeshack? Minfilia will literally tell you to get lost and do something else. And then you will be forced to. Pokeshack says, I don't use capital letters much to write, and Heavensward has a lot of those to write in say, but with the first letter in capital letters, and they never took it. The good thing is that after that, there aren't so many in capital letters. You know what, Pokeshack? It's exactly the opposite for me. When I was doing the... I'm just going to do the spoiler safe explanation. When I was doing the one of the beast tribes in Endwalker, there was a quest, like actually a daily quest, where you had to say something specific. And if I remember correctly, for some reason, the quest didn't have capitalized letters, which meant I got it wrong because I didn't capitalize something. It might have been the reverse, but it's really weird that it's like case-sensitive sentences, and you can't just use it like say the words. And Sip says, also as this zone is a little big for you, would you like to hire a chauffeur? No, that's okay. It would be weird if I suddenly just got carried everywhere. Brayflox. Surprise.
Goodly Uplanders, long time no eye catch. What is bringing Uplander here? Does Uplander have lusty eyes for junk of Brayflox? Uplander must not be touching junk of Brayflox. Brayflox is finding junk first. Do we need to censor some of this?
I knew I recognized that voice. Greetings, Brayflox. It has been a while. Forgive us for interrupting your work, but Captain Weisgate gave me to understand that you are marked by the Illuminati. This happens to be Illuminati-held territory. Is it wise to be here?
Brayflocks eat Illuminati for synopsis.
Do you now?
Who eats who for synopsis? Brayflocks all talks. Unwise you are to come here after dirty taking secret knowings of cheese make from Illuminati. You took our cheese making recipe. Brayflocks did no unright. Cheese recipe is gobby birthright. Save tongue flaps for trading in death pit.
Wow, Pokeshack, that comment is brutal.
Pray to godfathers for punishment is near times.
It appears we have no choice. Well, what? I have level 60 skills, guys. Look, I can do this. Incredible. I have Geisterghoul. I'd completely forgotten that existed for a bit. And oh dear. Run. I don't know if we're supposed to do anything about these bombs. Oh. That was actually extremely underwhelming. Oh, you don't have to apologize, Pokeshack. That's just a big burn. That's funny. I liked it. No need to apologize for the funny jokes. Well, not for that joke, anyway. That looks like a very big spell you're casting there, Y'shtola. Do you need some help? Okay, so are you casting the thing? Finally! It took you 40 years to cast an attack that did like 15% of the boss's health. Oh, I didn't get to see what the spell was called. Sorry, Pokeshack. Wait a minute.
Illuminati no match for Furious Gobfist of Brayflocks. More junk is awaiting Brayflocks muchly. Brayflocks is taking leave of Uplanders.
So I just want to recap that Pokeshack says a message from Brayflocks.
It's my garbage. You can't have it. I saw it first.
And camera pans to the junk pile where all the removed skills of Final Fantasy XIV are found, and the crown jewel on the top of the pile, Kaiten. Oof. In loving memory of Kaiten. Zip says, your trash talking of Y'shtola has caused me to unintentionally quit V Rising. Did you get so angry that you Alder fought? I haven't seen that one before. Being embroiled in a cheese war was the last thing I expected coming to Sharlayan. At any rate, we have fulfilled Slowfix's request. Let us return with the good tidings and be on our way. Sip says, no, I got so angry I paused the game and went to click the chat box and instead pressed quit to escape. Quit to desktop. Oops. Well, you should be aware that I don't think the game can be paused, by the way. You can just press escape.
Uplanders are back. Did Uplanders find friend of Slowfix?
Yeah, it's our friend too.
Time has not cured recklessness of Braveflux. Without help from Uplanders, Braveflux would now be dead, Gobby. Slowfix owes Uplanders debt of gratitude. Slowfix and Braveflux are joined by unseverable Gobby bond. If Slowfix had known that Uplanders are friends of Braveflux, Slowfix would have welcomed Uplanders to Gobbyflock at first meeting.
Yeah, you say that now. Oh, black mage weapon. Excellent. Thank you.
Uplanders have upheld bargain most highly. As promised, Slowfix makes Uplanders honored citizens of Idyllshire, free to cross river at will. Though Uplanders must leave for now, Slowfix hopes that Uplanders will pay many visits and help build great new nation.
You're most kind, my friend. You may be certain that we will return. I must confess, at first it upset me to learn that my home had been occupied by others, but I see now that it is in good hands. Under your care, I look forward to seeing Sharlayan thrive once more, to become a home to people of all races and creeds.
Slowfix has already ordered the Gobwatch to let Uplanders through. Safe travels.
Alphino, Caetsu, shall we then? Project has forgotten how to use it, but never forgotten. Kaiten 2015 to 2022. 4.0 to 6.1. F. I'm not sure when Stormblood actually came out, but you can usually find out very quickly with a Google search. 2017. 2017.
By order of Chief Slowfix, Uplanders can come and go at will. One moment for clearing away barricade.
Finally, we can continue our journey. Why am I not facing the camera? What am I doing? Oh. Barring any misadventures, we shall soon arrive at the cave where Matoya resides. Unless you have unfinished business in Idyllshire, let us strike out at once. I'm ready whenever you are. Let us go and meet the legendary Matoya. Ahead lies the answering quarter, where the scholars of Sharlayan gathered to hone their knowledge. Even from this distance, it is plain that much of it has been given back to the wilderness. We've taken astrologian things previously, so we do that. The cave in which Matoya resides is situated on the southern edge of the Hinterlands. In choosing the spot, my master desired privacy above all else. As such, the cave is extremely well hidden. You will not find it unless you know to look for it. We shall follow the road south until we reach a bridge. Rather than cross it, however, we shall ford the stream in its spans, then head straight until we arrive at the base of a bluff. This feels like getting directions when you need to buy something from the local store. I have no idea what you're saying. I'll find the item when I get there. See. We're not too far from something new. And now we would be able to finish the Summoner quest. That's a really long time. Like, remember, I do believe we finished the Dragoon quest line at level 52. Well, 52 main quest, right? So that's we're at level 59 main quest now. So that's 7 levels of difference. It's not like in Heavensward, you should clarify, in Heavensward, you would probably not be much more than level 59 at this point, right? But it still feels really weird. Yeah, we're a little more than a level from being able to unlock all jobs in the game. Yeah, the mana cutter feels like somehow it feels slower than the school bus, doesn't it? But yeah, if you're listening, Sip, after this quest, there's one more quest, and then the next one will say something about Great Gubal Library. If you're interested in joining me. And then I believe we're actually really close to if you're interested. This is the entrance. You seem unconvinced. Caetsu, well, you seem unconvinced, Caetsu. Well, that will only add to the surprise. A word of warning before we proceed. Stubborn geniuses make poor hosts, and time will have done naught to improve my master's temperament. Doubt not but that there will be sentinels and traps both to deter unwanted guests, but we'll not be deterred, will we? Go on and touch the wall yonder. You will want to have your weapon near at hand. Oh no. Knock knock. Frogs? My only weakness. Was that it? Oh. Those sentinels may suffice to discourage the average trespasser, but not the warrior of light. The way should be clear should now be clear. Come, let us go and see my master.
You know it's rude to enter without knocking. The youth of today. No manners at all.
Though we neglected to knock, we did create something of a commotion. I had hoped that would suffice.
Heavy-handed as ever, I see. And still not a hint of grace. Some things never change.
To give credit where credit is due, I learned from the best. It has been too long, Master Matoya.
Indeed it has. Oh, it's good to see you again, my girl. And with your fiery spirit unquenched. But look at you, all grown up and womanly. The one there in the fancy duds, that's Louis Soir's granddaughter, I take it?
Oof.
Grandson, begging your pardons. You knew my grandfather, my lady.
Knew him? Ha! We were constantly at each other's throats. Like rabid dogs we were. Oh, he was a stubborn bugger, was your grandfather. Never a dull moment when he was around, though, I'll give him that. As for you, boy, I've known you since you were a rosy-cheeked babe at the teat.
And my sister too, I gather. May I say what an honor it is to meet you again, my lady?
Spare me the hollow pleasantries, boy. I'll wager my remaining good teeth you didn't come to a forgotten corner of Eorzea to flirt with a wrinkly old woman. Now out with it. What is it you need of me? Azyz Lla. I never thought I'd hear that name again.
You are familiar with it?
As familiar as one can get from poring over musty old tomes. The Allagans set the Isle afloat not long before the sun set on their empire. Old Louis Soir and I often talked about it. The place is home to a research facility dedicated to finding ways of mastering mighty beings, such as primals and dragons. And find ways it did too, frightening ones. Such secrets as lie buried on Azyz Lla aren't fit to see the light of day. And now you tell me a band of dragon-baiting primal botherers are trying to dig them up?
Indeed. And to make matters worse, the Ascians have a hand in their plot. They must be stopped, no matter the cost.
I see. Very well.
You will help us then? Truly? I had not anticipated such an impassioned response. Could it be that the presence of young blood has stirred your own?
Ah, some things never change. One day that pertness is going to cost you your tail, my girl. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh, level 69. Nice. And Pokeshak says Y'shtola is quite afraid of and respect Master Matoya because in the end it's not so temperamental. She's not that temperamental. Is it because of her age? Why do the frogs bosses in this game have a transform into a toad attack? It's just funny, I think. And now Elfinard now also has a granddaughter as new title. Yeah, and in addition to everything else, Azyz Lla also contains a large amount of experiments, dragons, 3 big primals, and Tiamat. I do believe the Ixal, like the entire race, is something they created in Azyz Lla as well, if I remember correctly. And then they just yeeted them overboard when they didn't live up to the expectations.
was some 50 years ago, shortly after Garlemald had brought all of Ilthabad under its rule. Faced with the threat of invasion, the people of Sharlayan scrambled about for a means to resist the Empire. For my part, I was tasked with developing an etheric converger.
Ah, yes, a device which draws in ether and concentrates it to produce a destructive force.
But as my research neared its end, it was denounced by the Forum, who claimed that my device was more likely to destroy us than our enemies. After that, they and I had a little falling out, and I decided to seal away all the fruits of my research, lest the dunder-headed ingrates reap any benefit. Petty, I know, but gods, it was satisfying.
Do mine ears deceive? 'Twas you, was it not, who was so fond of saying that all knowledge exists to advance mankind, that how it is used depends on us?
I don't remember. Perhaps. All right, yes. It was a pet phrase of mine. And that should give you a notion of how sick and tired I was of those spineless wretches of the Forum. All talk and no trousers, that lot. That's why I decided to remain behind, rather than join the Exodus.
You may have had your disagreements with my grandfather, but upon that point, your minds were as one.
With respect, Master, the fruits of your research should not be left to spoil. Will you share with us the secrets of the etheric converger?
Aye, I will. All the information you need is contained in a tome I wrote on the subject. But you'll have to fetch it from the forbidden section of the Great Library.
You were not exaggerating when you said that you had sealed it away. Though the city is abandoned, the library's guardians are all but certain to remain. We must needs cut a path through them. Come, let us away.
Not so fast, you lot. Stola and the boy are staying with me. I need help to make new sentinels to replace the old ones you walloped. They'll be board and lodging, don't you worry. But know that you'll have to work for them. Hard. I'll have no sluggards in my house.
Oh, the great library's guardian shouldn't pose any difficulty for a hero like you. You'll hardly notice Stola's absence, and the girl, whatever, would only get in your way. But if it turns out you aren't up to the task, well, then I'll know you can't be trusted with something as dangerous as an etheric ram. Now, the library's entrance is locked tight. I'll loan you one of my servants to open it. The broom yonder. Well, what are you waiting for? Introduce yourself, girl. Hey, broom.
Greetings, good man. I am Broomsy, my lady's servant of some 50 years. May I say what an honor it is to serve you. I am given to understand you wish to enter the Great Cabal Library. To find it, pray head east upon leaving this cave. The building will come into view shortly after you reach the collapsed bridge. I shall go on ahead and await you at the entrance. When your preparations are in order, pray come and meet me there. It will be my pleasure to unlock the door for you.
Did he say broken bridge? Do we need flying to get over there? I hope not. That would be a really, really brutal requirement out of nowhere. But I do feel like we have to get up higher.
I'm not entirely sure. Bokrik says, knowing how much they hate primals in Allag, imagine that the creator of the Exile saw that now they pray to a primal, and not only that, but also one of the most violent. Must be twisting in his grave. Well, I think based on where the Exile were produced, there is a realistic chance that they were trying to invent a beast tribe, or a race, and then have them invent a primal for them to control. But if I remember correctly, the specific target was to make a race that could fly, like an intelligent race that could fly. And incidentally, what the Exile specifically cannot do is fly. Their primal can, but they themselves cannot. And I believe that was the reason why they lost interest. And Sip says, if you required flying, the mission wouldn't give you an etherite current for the zone. Good point, Sip. Fair point. Hello, Broomsy. You stand before the Great Cabal Library, one of Heidelberg's foremost repositories of knowledge. It has fallen into disuse since the Exodus some summers since. In all those years, its halls have welcomed not the coming of a single soul. Its floors felt not the loving brush of a broom. Mine apologies, ma'am. Pray pay no mind to the dreams of a humble broom. You are doubtless eager to venture within and retrieve my lady's tome. I shall unlock the door at once. When you have what you seek, pray return to the cave and report to my lady. Sip? Are you available to do dungeon? So I can get fast pass. Oh, thank you. I will say, Sip, that it is actually more about it's actually for me a lot more about you being there than getting the fast pass. To me. Your V-Rising takes long to exit to desktop, and if I remember correctly, V-Rising also takes a long time to start because it has to open up a server and stuff. Ta-da! And Pokrak says, the Exile also have small brains because they say "shwa" every 10 seconds. Yeah, well, I think it's a cute quirk. I think it's funny to voice them. I just hope that you guys don't find the squawks ear-shattering to hear. Sif says a school trip. Wait, are we 3 Lalafels? Well, we're almost cheating a bit, aren't we? We're bringing 2 Lalafels. It's a dungeon run with a little league, as you can see. All with white hair too, yeah, that's true.
No, I can't reach.
Oh, there's a lot of mobs. I'm glad to hear that, Pokeshak, that the exile squawks are appreciated, because sometimes it can be like I try to give it a 200% with the voice, like when I'm making the my voice acting. Whether it's appreciated is a completely different story. I hear some people that say that they enjoy it, and that's what I'm going to assume, that most people that are watching like it. I'm going to do a little bit of a janky opener here to line up my cooldowns a little better. Ziv says, my hair turned white after the trauma Endwalker inflicted on me. Why was I getting hit repeatedly with Blizzard? That was a little mean. Why? Why are you doing this, Demon Tome? Nice. Not an upgrade. This is apparently a tank item, guys. I can't need on it, so it's apparently a tank item with crit and direct hit on it. Mojang says, warrior is for me? I mean, it could be. I am actually not sure whether they removed hit chance stats in Stormblood or in Heavensward. And if they did in fact remove them in Stormblood, then that would mean that the direct hit on that ring happens to be previously hit chance. Okay, I can need on this. Interesting. Same stats. I'll just fight this. It's fine. I'll kill the singular mob far away from the pack. I have it. It's a spear. Now we have a lot of displaced cooldowns for this fight. I'll delay the life surge so that maybe I can get it to match up with Battle Litany. I don't know if that's actually an improvement, and I don't think it is, because now the boss is immune to damage. Zip! Run! Bait it into the boss! Zip, 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 zip! Bait it into the boss! You have to make the boss get hit by the fire! Thank you! The advantage of having a friend on that can hear you when the mechanics are going bad, you can just tell them what to do. Oh, I didn't want to use half of my lance charge anyway. It's okay, Biblos. No hard feelings. Oh, okay, sorry, Sib. I was just unsure because you ran to the other book. That's okay. It didn't show up until that point. It was very visibly targeting you and not me on my screen as you were running away. Oh, what happened was Sip didn't see it. That's also fair. I was actively trying to bait it. It had spawned on my screen. Maybe there was some latency shenanigans that made it so you couldn't see it. That is very possible. Well, that was the reason. Like, I was actively like hugging the mob, the mob, to try and force it to land on me, because I know that it targets whoever's closest. Well, usually it does. But that was not to say you didn't know what the mechanic was, Sid. With dungeons like this, it's very, very, very common that people also make mistakes in dungeons because they forgot. So that's what I assumed, that you couldn't remember what the mechanic was. Because usually Sip knows. Do we run for the treasure chest? Yeah, we do. Don't mind me. Wasn't really worth it. Oh well. This is also a really good boss to have a friend that you can trust to do the mechanics. Okay, I think I nailed it, guys. I think I nailed it. I don't think we're gonna make all of them if we're doing them one at a time, are we? Perfect. I'll just will it into existence by claiming we can't do it, you see? Oh dear. Actually, I think we can just skip the mechanic. Not an upgrade. Not useful. That is an upgrade, isn't it? Zip says full inventory. I'll be right with you eventually, Zip, when my armory chest is full. Then it's going to be very fascinating how I'm going to make all this fit. Is the weapon chest actually going to sneak around the chest piece chest and beat it to the punch right at the end? Right at the goal line? And we just happened to find the correct book. Can you imagine sending Smol into a library to find a book? Smol just says, "Yes, of course. I'm getting paid in candy, right?" Yes, you're getting paid in candy. Excellent, I'll do it. And then when we get to the room where the tome supposedly is in and it's safe to look around, that's when Smol remembers, wait a minute. I can't remember how to read. This is a conundrum. I should have brought Alphino. Thank you for coming with me, Zip. Taking the time to close your other game just for me? Ah, what? Why would you attack me? I'm 10 levels above you. What? Why? And Pokejak says there were a couple of times I had to explain this boss, I'm guessing the last boss. And even so, I ended up in a wipe, all with everyone dead except for me, but with like 4 stacks or more on top when I tanked. A crazy thing. Yeah, if people don't understand the fight, then it can very quickly go bad. That cursed book can't affect me because I don't know how to read. I see Pokejak followed exactly where I was going with that story or that explanation. Oh wait, why am I looking for the exclamation mark? I'm trying to hand in a quest. Hey Matoya. I take it you found a tome. Well, let's see it then. Research compiled by Matoya on a device known as an etheric converger. Aye, this is it all right. Stola. Boy! Put down whatever you're doing and come here. Caetsu has returned with the tome.
Thank the gods! But another minute under Master Matoya's exacting supervision, and I would certainly have lost my mind, or mayhap merely my temper. Some things never change indeed.
Well, I for one appreciate the exacting supervision. In the short while we have been here, I feel I have gained a far better understanding of arcane entities than I did during my entire time at the studio. Should the opportunity present itself, I should very much like to employ this knowledge for the betterment of mankind. Create a new variety of carbuncle, perhaps. Don't get ahead of yourself, boy. Louisoix's grandson or no, it'll take another decade under me before you can call yourself a scholar, and a deal more than that to make you a scholar worth a damn.
As you may have gathered, Master Matoya is not easily impressed.
Indeed. So, Caetsu has returned with the tome, has she not? Shall we examine it?
I had not thought to behold this tome again. There. It is deciphered. Now your friend should be able to make sense of the contents. That said, it's one thing to understand the workings of the etheric converger, and another to actually make it work. You do realize how much ether is required?
Sid is keenly aware of the energy dilemma. His airship is by no means large, and it can only bear a limited quantity of crystals.
If only we had white auracite in the etheric siphon.
Alas, Minfilia is missing along with both artifacts, and Moonbreeder is gone.
Would that there were another ready wellspring of energy for us to draw upon.
Why did it not occur to us before? We already have what we need! The Eye! It has been drawing ether into itself for as long as the Great Worms have lived. It is a veritable wellspring of energy.
It might just suit our needs. But is this energy something that can be harnessed at will?
I believe so, with the aid of the Azure Dragoon of Ishgard.
Then it is settled. Let us return to the Holy See at once.
Stola, wait. When did the light fade from your eyes?
I might have known that it would not escape your notice. It has been this way since I returned from the life stream. An after effect of the teleportation magic I invoked, most like.
They are called forbidden spells for a reason. What were you thinking, girl?
I have no regrets. I but did what was necessary to preserve the light of hope, to keep my promise to Minfilia. Besides, it afforded me the rare opportunity to wander the ether, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
I need not tell you that it consumes your very life force to see by sensing the ether around you. Take care of yourself. Do you hear me?
I will, Master Matoya. And thank you.
You know, Pokeshack, in that Red Mage quest, while you're looking for that book, there's apparently, which I heard about recently, there's this ongoing mini side story about the Goldsmith of Gridania, I believe it's called. And there is one of the books that is like included in that story existing in the Great Global Library, only accessible during that Red Mage quest. Isn't that interesting?
Thanks to your customarily heroic efforts, we now possess the knowledge to build an aetheric ram. All that remains is to secure its energy source. All that remains is to secure its energy source. Let us hasten back to Ishgard and consult Sir Aymeric regarding the eye.
I do think that we're going to have to go over time to actually finish, to reach the credits tonight. I'm willing to do that. I did say that at the start of the stream.
Ah, you are returned. Sir Aymeric, I'm pleased to see that your recovery proceeds apace. May I introduce Y'shtola, fellow Sign of the Seventh Dawn and Archon of Sharlayan? My lord, pray excuse me for foregoing due pleasantries, but we seek your counsel regarding the aetheric ram. Though we now possess the knowledge to build such a device, we yet lack an appropriate source of energy with which to power it. We believe, however, that Ishgard may possess the solution to our problem.
You need not apologize, my lady. Full eager am I to learn of your progress. Please, tell me of this energy source that you believe we possess. We need Estinian.
And you are certain that the eye can lend its power to Master Mathias's aetheric converger? At Estinian's command, yes.
Very well, I shall speak with him.
My thanks, Sir Aymeric. Nay, my friend, 'tis I who should thank you, as should every Ishgardian. You labor in our name, with nary a care for your own safety. Let us next speak with Sid. He will doubtless be eager to begin work on the aetheric ram.
In Pokecrackers, I read a few books in the quest, and I think I read that book, but I don't remember. It would also be difficult to determine whether you saw it, like read it or not, because that particular book is like a random detail that you could read the rest of those, like Goldsmith of Gridania story parts, and it would sort of make sense without it, which is why a lot of people apparently forget it entirely. As far as I am aware.
Ah, you're back. The preliminary work on the Enterprise is more or less finished. Tell me you found a way to build the aetheric ram. Greetings, Sid. It has been a while. This tome contains the fruit of my former master's research on the fruits of my former master's research on a device known as an aetheric converger. Our ram should operate on the self-same principle. Ah, where are my manners? Put a toy like this in my hand and I go off into my own world. Gods, it's good to see you, and bearing a gift besides, a very distracting one, if I might add. If I didn't know better, I'd think it was my name day.
But there will be time for tearful reunions later. I'll make a start on the tome right away. So long as I have a grasp of the fundamentals, I should be able to knock something together, which leaves the small matter of the energy source. We believe we have found a solution to that problem as well. Pray forgive us our lateness.
The power of the eye is not to be drawn upon lightly, but I believe we have sufficient cause to do so.
So this is the fabled eye. By the 12, it seethes. It is a wonder such a power can be contained, much less controlled. Boys, our friends have kindly provided all the ingredients. Let's see if we can't make something out of them.
Here, ahead, the chief. We're not resting till the etheric ram is operational. Not one wink of sleep.
Oh, mumble, mumble, Inca chocobo.
Ah yes, the Inca chocobo. Indeed. Given the danger of the task that lies before us, I think it only right that we take a moment to bid our friends and our allies farewell. Alas, it requires my assistance with Master Matoya's rather singular writings. Might I entrust the task of visiting those who will remain behind to you? So the hour is nigh. Would that I could join you in the coming battle, but with my wounds I fear I would only be a burden to you. In consorting with the Asians and availing himself of primal powers, my father made himself an enemy of all that is good and right in the world. Do whatever you must to end his madness. May the Fury watch over you. Pokeshak says, in the middle of all that heretic and demonic prohibited books, there was a book that describes different curvaceous goddesses without much clothing in detailed forms, and that was all it said. Your character saw, but it doesn't say anything specific. Ah yes, the classic... Oh, but we can't say that. Age rating and stuff, you know. Oh yeah, in other news, we've passed 500,000 gil. Hey, Lugia? This is it then. Go well, my friend. I shall pray to the Fury for your preservation. Mayhap you think it strange that a daughter of Garlemald should pray? I do not blame you. I used to think it passing strange myself. But that all changed when I discovered something dearer to me than mine own life. Thereafter, praying seemed the most natural thing in the world. Prayers are born of heartfelt faith. In manipulating the people's beliefs for his own twisted ends, the Archbishop makes a mockery of their very existence. It cannot be borne. Hey, Firm Albert. Hey, Tataru. You have changed outfit. That's a big hat.
So you're off to face the Archbishop then? Please be careful and watch over the others, will you? We've lost too many friends as it is. Some may yet return to us, but I couldn't bear to lose anyone else. I just couldn't. I realize it's asking a lot, but you're the strongest person I know, and I don't think there's anything you can't achieve if you put your mind to it. So please, whatever else happens, keep everyone safe.
That's a big hat. Ow.
Well, if it ain't my old friend Caetsu, off to face the Archbishop and his cronies, is it?
I'd love to go and give those bastards a good walloping myself. That snake Charybird especially, but I've got to stay here and keep an eye on things. With the Archbishop gone, some of the poor folk might get it in their heads to do something stupid like storming the palace, but blood won't get us what we want, and I need to be around to remind them of that in case they forget. No need to worry about us anyway. I'll work with Sir Aymeric to preserve the peace. You just concentrate on settling the score with the Archbishop, eh?
Mistress Chaiji, how good of you to pay me a visit. It feels as if it were only yesterday when we first met here in this chamber. You came to us a fugitive seeking asylum, and now you bear the hopes of our nation upon your shoulders. He would not have told you, but when Haurchefant begged me to accept you into our household, he described you as hope incarnate. At the time, I assumed that he was waxing lyrical, as was his wont, but I have come to see that he simply spoke the truth. You are hope, a shining beacon that shall guide the people of Ishgard through the raging snowstorm. A memento. Were my son here, he would have wished to fight at your side in the battle to come. Take care, my friend, and return to us.
Welcome back, Pokeshack. Yeah, your message about the book came through, and my response was, yeah, unfortunately, they can't get into greater detail without changing the age rating on the game. Count Edmund bequeathed to you Lord Haurchefant's shield, a noble gesture. We bear the hopes and dreams of full many souls. Let their faith in us be a source of strength and courage as we face our remaining trials. Work on the Enterprise is nearly complete. Let the Stola know to make ready.
Until but recently, the Ishgardians have kept their doors firmly shut to outsiders. But thanks to you, we have found in them stout allies with whom we may fight to secure the future of the realm. Truly, you are the beacon of hope towards which all men are drawn.
Spare us the hyperbole. 'Tis not for praise that we fight.
Oh? In light of all we have achieved, I felt it only meet to express my gratitude.
All that we have achieved? Spoken like a true outsider. Until the war is over, we have achieved nothing. The coming battle is a chance to excise the root of this conflict, and by my hand it shall be done. Then you may speak of achievement.
'Twas not mine intent to make light of your struggle. If I have given offense, then I apologize. But if I may speak freely, you would do well to be wary of the eye. Even now, it burns with insatiable hatred, watching unblinking for a sign of weakness. Should you falter for so much as a moment, it will surely consume you.
Save your concern. I will consume the eye ere I let it consume me. "12 be praised, thou hast not yet set forth. Cross sand and snow have I journeyed, that I might deliver this gift unto thee."
White Orosite. But whence did it come?
To mine amazement, it lay hid amongst Moonbreeder's last effects. 'Twas but blind chance or providence that I did hap to spy it. Let no man claim that my late friend e'er erred for lack of foresight. In the place whither thou goest, servants of darkness do lie in wait. Pray, give unto me thy pledge that thou wilt strike them down and avenge our fallen comrade.
Booktrick says, "Oh yeah, I know that the age rating would need to be higher to detail those books. It's just funny that the character acts like there is nothing to see there, somehow. End of Arion Reborn, we lost them and see them again in Heavensward. In Stormblood, we lost them and see them again in Shadowbringers. Huh. That's an interesting point, but hey, they're probably trying something new, what with making a new story and stuff, right? Well, finishing a story, rather, but you'll see, Pokeshack. Let us go, Caetsu. Azyz Lla awaits."
Ah, excellent timing. We've just finished our work on the Enterprise. She's so much improved, I've decided to give her a new name to suit. The Enterprise Excelsior. Or simply the Excelsior if pressed for time. Once again, she'll carry Eorzea's protectors into battle. All aboard!
I can do no more than see you off with prayers for your safety and success. Yet know that wheresoever you may go, my son's spirit goes with you. May the Fury grant you strength.
Return to us, all of you.
Enterprise Excelsior. Engage. This is it! Get ready!
Eye of mine enemy, render unto me thy power! No, you will not claim me. I am the master.
We're through! Chief, we've got an Imperial battleship on our tail, and it's bleeding massive. Damn it! The bastards were waiting for us to open the door for them. I'm gonna try to shake them. Hang on to something.
We're all going to die! Tataru!
She won't take much more of this!
The time is come to use Hydaelyn's gift. Much blood has been spilled in my name. And for what? For a false cause that I created for want of the warmth of companionship. Saint Shiva, pray Svelga. Pray forgive this fool. But even now, I cannot let go of my dream. My dream of a tomorrow in which no child need freeze alone in the snow. Svelga.
Is that Azyl? What does she mean to do?
O goddess, born of mine own hopes and dreams, for the last time, I beseech you, fill this vessel with your Farewell, warrior of light. And thank you for showing me the way.
No!
This ether. It was a crystal of light. She, too, was one of Hydaelyn's chosen.
Fare you well, my lady.
Bokshak says, now that we're in Azyz Lla, I can now add to the question of our favorite quote from Alice and Alphino, and that is Alice saying, password with too much self-confidence. I actually remember that. That's so funny. Guess the password. Password, but just with a lot of confidence. Nope, that is incorrect. Oh. And also, yeah, I feel like Shiva, she could have done a lot more if she had just, you know, flown under the ship and just attacked it from below or something. But she was explicitly trying to, like, grab their attention, so they shot at her instead of us. Whew, I don't know about you, but I'm glad to be back on solid ground, even if that ground is floating in the sky. When that Imperial battleship appeared, I honestly thought we were finished, and we would have been, had your friend not arrived when she did. 12 grant her mercy. Brief though our time together was, Yselle was a true friend, a gentle soul who fought for her beliefs. She would have made a fine scion. What is a scion but one who fights for our cause? Our hopes survive thanks to her sacrifice. Let that be enough. Yet I cannot help but wonder, how came she to know of our presence here?
From Ray's Velka, I would wager. He will have felt my channeling of the Eye's power. It would seem they were able to make peace with one another in the end.
She gave her life because she believed in us. We owe it to her to see our mission through. See that dome-like structure further in? Let's make our way there. Oh, look, an aetheryte. The Isle Sentinels don't seem to frequent this area. We should be safe here. Let's talk strategy, shall we? First of all, in the interest of efficiency, I suggest we make this place our base camp. We can coordinate the search for the Archbishop from here. I have no objections. Now that we stand upon Azyz Lla, I am struck by the vastness of the isle. We must needs be methodical if we are to find our quarry. Good. Now, unless I'm mistaken, this used to be an airship landing, and a major one at that. From what I know of elegant design, there should be a terminal nearby that's linked to the isle's operational heart. If we can find such a terminal, we should be able to learn something of the Archbishop's whereabouts. Let's split up and look for it.
The Empire has borrowed most of its technology from Elegant and relics. If we can find the terminal, I reckon we can operate it.
Oh. There's like 4 quests before the party gets started again. I think we got it to 7 quests left, maybe 6 now. What ungodly vessels must the Elegants have built to warrant so vast a landing? I know, right? Big ones. In Pope checkers, the ether currents here are mandatory, so you unlock 1 each part of the quest. Yeah, I thought something like that. I just wanted to see how many we needed. Couldn't see yet.
Machines are beyond my ken. I shall leave it to the others to find this terminal. Of more concern to me are the dragons that I sense nearby.
Fair point. Nothing? Damn it. There's just this terminal, then. But it doesn't respond to anything I do. Any bright ideas, Wedge? Wedge? He was here just a moment ago. Oh, don't tell me he's wandered off. I'm sorry, Caetsu, but could you help me search for him? Absent-minded as he is, I worry that he's strayed beyond the landing area and made friends with the local sentinels. Oh, he's really far away, suddenly. To spin a stream of electric rooks. Gee, I don't know. Ow! Witch, are you alright?
I'm fine, Chief. I just tripped, that's all.
Fool of a Lalafell, what were you thinking coming here on your own? Death by overwork is one thing, death by stupidity quite another.
I'm sorry, Chief, but I think I found something.
What is this? The wreck of a sentinel?
This is no wreck, Chief. She's still operational. See?
Ah. How did he know that? Meep. Initiating. Performing diagnostics. Meep. Diagnostics complete. To proceed, please agree to the terms and conditions of use. You have to scroll through them. At maximum 1 line per second. Otherwise, I will assume you skipped it. I suppose? Thank you. To register as a user, please state your name.
I'm Wedge, and that there's Caetsu.
Meep. User registration complete. Welcome to Azyz Lla, Master Wedge and Mistress Caetsu. I am Guidance Node GLI. This isn't quite what I had in mind, but it might just serve. Wedge, bring the note this way, would you? There's something I'd like to try. Note, I need a status report on the facility.
Ginny, you have to do what the chief says.
Yes, that's it. Good girl. Ah, here we are. Not much of note. It appears someone recently reactivated Helix, which is this area. Reactivated, you say? By the Archbishop, I'd wager. I dare say he woke the place up when he used Ivana's key. Are there any other people in the facility? If so, where? Let's see here. On the flagship, that's the Central Isle, I'm seeing positive readings within the Ethereochemical Research Facility and the Fractal Continuum. And what have we here? Intruders detected in the Gamma Quadrant. Defense system engaged. Our Imperial friends, I suspect. I hope they enjoy the defense system, but what of the Archbishop and his cronies? What might offer an indication? How about this? Which area is currently consuming the most energy? Somewhere called Triad Control, inside the research facility. And what manner of place is that? It is, and I quote, a regulation facility for the Warring Triad test subjects, and that's all it says. The rest of the information is only accessible to users with consular privileges. I mislike the sound of this, which leads me to believe that it is indeed the place. I am inclined to agree with Y'shtola. Whatever it is that the Archbishop seeks, it is like to be there. That settles it then. Let's find a way to cross over to the flagship. Pokeshak says, a fight between two sages is like a gang fight with the amount of guns and shots there are. Yeah, that's that's an interesting perspective. Remember to find some cover. In Node we trust. Mip, mip. Greetings, Mistress Caetsu. Is there something you wish to know? Tell me how to reach the flagship. Mip. Requesting access to the Ethereochemical Research Facility. Access granted. Generating route. Mip. Route generated. Commencing guidance to chosen destination. Please be aware that the designated route may take you through restricted sectors, and that the Isle's defense systems may attempt to terminate you. Be kindly reminded that, in accordance with the terms and conditions of use, you and your party assume all risk of damage or injury, including death, that may occur en route to your destination. Anyway, bye, apparently. Can the guidance node be trusted? I know not, but we have few other options. Let us see where it leads us. Caetsu, Y'shtola, Estinian, we four shall proceed to the research facility. Sid, the Idyllshire is our sole means of escape. Pray remain here and have her ready to depart at a moment's notice. Understood. We'll see that she's repaired and ready to fly. If anything happens, just let me know via link pearl. Be on your guard, my friends. The enemy could be anywhere. Cover? We have Heimer. Well, we're certainly going to be level 70, I think, before we finish the Heavensward leveling story. Sip this cover. Just cardia yourself. Just heal through the pain. That's the big brain. Just use Cardiel now. I'm not entirely sure where I'm supposed to be going, but I'm guessing that I needed to go upwards, and this is a little bit upwards. Does this count? Does this help? I'm pretty sure this is a way there. Cover is for the mage with a plate armor. Paladin? And there they are.
Meep. You are currently within the Alpha Quadrant. First, you must use the nearby matter conduit to travel to the Beta Quadrant. Please wait a moment while I activate it.
Heh, Poker says, nothing personal, okay? The card is only for me and nobody else. Maybe the Chocobo. Speaking of the Chocobo, me over here having not summoned I am Gazil even once for combat this entire stream. Once again. Oh, whoops. Is that the correct thing? It said to use it, right? I'm pretty sure it did. I just sort of assumed. Relatively relevant joke, Pokeshack, because Zip and I have been doing dailies a lot recently, and he usually goes Sage in high-level content. Or at least he did.
According to my records, this conduit was last serviced approximately 5,014 years, 6 months, 11 days, 7 hours, and 13 minutes ago. That it should function without mishap may be described as a miracle. Thanks. Meep. Resuming guidance to the Aetherochemical Research Facility, please follow me. This sector, the Beta Quadrant, is home to laboratories which produce chimerical life forms for both military and household applications. Our facility has been awarded 3-star certification for compliance with ASO 3001. The good behavior of the creatures born here is guaranteed. Please be warned, however, that millennia of neglect may have had an adverse effect on their disposition. For your own safety, please refrain from approaching the creatures.
Sip says, I play whatever I feel like, which usually ends up being White Mage. But yeah, that's what I thought. That's exactly the reason why recently I had noticed that you played Sage a lot in high-end content. Normally it's White Mage that you play. That's why I noticed it. Oh no. A labyrinth. No thanks. You just wanted to show off your new relic. That's okay, it's just... I'm pretty sure you played Sage for days, and then you said that you had finally... You could afford a new relic weapon, and the relic weapon you bought happened to be the Sage one. And then you continued to play Sage. There's nothing wrong with wanting to play a job, and it's not like I was implying that you stopped playing White Mage. Can I get up here? I don't think I can I? Nope. Hmm. You always go back to White Mage. That's fair. I also like to jump between... Oh dear. Don't. Thank you. I also jumped between a few jobs in different roles. Like recently I found that I really enjoy playing Dark Knight in downscaled content. Because the extra OGSDs help with killing things faster, which compensate when you get a so low level dungeon that you don't have your best defensive cooldowns anyway. So like, even if you, like, often I roll low level content, and if you roll low enough level content, then Warrior is almost like a liability. Meep. Unable to activate matter conduit. Energy shortage detected. Identifying cause. Cause identified. Unauthorized siphoning of energy by chimerical creatures. Location: the recombination labs and the biomass incubation complex. Time is short. Let us split up and eliminate the culprits. Caetsu, pray dispatch the creatures at the recombination labs. The rest of us shall sweep the incubation complex. Take care and return hither when you are done. Oh. Sip says, I thought you liked Gunbreaker at low level. Well, actually, I like queuing as Gunbreaker because I'm just like, I feel like there are certain level ranges where different tanks are good. Warrior is really good if you get anything at level 70 or above, then it's like incredibly good to play. 56 and above is still good because of raw intuition, but 70 plus is where is the real sweet spot. Gunbreaker is really good at 82 and above, not quite as good as Warrior for doing like dungeons and stuff, in my opinion. But Gunbreaker is also extremely good if you get like something level 30 or below. Because it already has no mercy and, you know, some AoE components, which helps immensely. Dark Knight is really good at level 30 or above, and then around level 70 it really starts to taper off. So if I'm expecting to land, you know, somewhere in the middle range, then Dark Knight is incredibly good. If I expect to land in either very low or very high, then Gunbreaker is really good. If I know I'm going to land in something really high, then Warrior is extremely good. Like, I think a lot about these things. I could probably make like small guides on what jobs might be best in specific dungeons and stuff. The question is whether that is helpful to other people than myself. But it's all a matter of when, like, what skills you have or don't have in specific level ranges. Often it's like a specific thing that makes the difference. For instance, the reason Gunbreaker becomes really good at 82 is because Heart of Corundum is extremely strong, like an extreme power spike compared to what the other tanks get. Like, yes, Paladin's Holy Sheltron is pretty significant also, but I would dare say Heart of Corundum is even bigger. And then there's also the part that Paladin is very mediocre for very large level range. Not saying it's bad, it's just that in the level ranges where Paladin is better than Warrior, for instance, Gunbreaker is usually better than Paladin. But I like playing pretty much all jobs, so if I played, like, did a lot of content in a single day, then I would probably manage to play a whole bunch of jobs if there was enough dailies to do, so to speak. Yeah, exactly, Pokeshack. Paladin is like, the things that make it stand out in particular are not really anything that makes it better than all of the other tanks at any one given time. The things that Paladin is really good at is having like extremely niche tools, which makes it a lot better when you're trying to like gimmick something, I feel. Back in Shadowbringers, I actually preferred playing Paladin or Dark Knight when doing when tanking. The reason I didn't like Warrior was because of how strict you had to deal with the late weaving of inner release and stuff like that. Which is a little funny because Paladin just, you know, had to late weave. They also had to late weave their Requiescent. I think it was just that the ranged nature of Requiescent made it a little nicer to deal with to me. And then Clemency was really, really good. Meep. Energy restored to the conduit. Please wait a moment while I activate it. So the Guardians managed to land. Repairs on their vessel appear to be well underway. I doubt that they will leave anytime soon, however. Nay, they will remain here long after they have stripped the Isle of all its secrets.
Whether or not they mean to linger, their presence here and now is an unwelcome complication.
Indeed, let us avoid confrontations unless absolutely needful. And then they just run from me. Warning. Intruders detected in force in this quadrant. It is recommended that you avoid confrontation where possible. Be kindly reminded that, in accordance with the terms and conditions of use, you and your party assume all risks of damages or injury, including death, that you may sustain in the course of guidance. Please follow me to the next matter conduit. It leads to the Delta Quadrant, where the facility's greatest achievement is located.
I don't know, that felt a little unnecessary to add. Okay, we're soon done with the show around, I think. I really noticed this weird extra wing on the mana card. It really confuses me. Feels so uneven. And that's completely ignoring the fact that this wing is like pointing left for some reason.
Wait, something is afoot.
Our objective lies at the heart of the Isle. The third will remain to guard the ship, while the second patrols the perimeter and eliminates any threats. The first will come with me to secure the research facility. Let no man doubt the import of our mission. The Allagans found a means to capture icons alive, and their knowledge lies hid upon this isle. If we can but acquire it, we would be able to prevent the beings from returning to plague us, thus ending the cycle of rebirth. I need not remind you that success will raise our legion high in the Emperor's regard. Yet, by the same token, his radiance does not tolerate failure. That is all. All troops, prepare for deployment!
So that is their purpose.
To think that the knowledge used to bind no less a being than Bahamut sleeps here.
Imprisoning a primal in such a manner would represent an effective means to halt the cycle of summoning, were it not for the grave and obvious risks.
Indeed. We need but refer to past experience, that of Bahamut's calamitous return, to see why this is not the solution we seek.
Held in duress, a primal will continue to nurse its hatred for mankind. And when it inevitably breaks free, its rage will be beyond quelling.
Whatever folly the Garleans mean to commit, they can wait. We must remain focused on our task.
Yes, of course. It would not be polite to keep the Archbishop waiting.
See, where do we go from here? Bookjack says, I like Paladin, but I want to see the changes that are coming for it. Yeah, me too. To me, even a job that I really love to play, I'm not afraid of getting changes because personally I feel like the developers are, generally they do the jobs justice. You have to keep in mind that I played Summoner a lot before its rework, but I actually really also enjoy the new Summoner. Sometimes it is a little bit of a shame that we couldn't have both types of summoners, but I have myself complained back in Shadowbringers that the old summoner from back then felt like an amalgamation of many ideas, with not one specific one really prevailing, like they were trying too many things at once. So when they said they reworked it, my assumption was that they were going to focus on something specific, which they pretty much did. So I'm guessing, and this is why a lot of people are scared of the Paladin rework, I'm guessing that the reason why they want to rework Paladin is because the Paladin really does not mesh very well with this whole 2-minute burst window strategy that they want most jobs to function in. So people are scared that they're going to dump down Paladin to fit in this very specific mold. And that is understandable fear. Meep. That you have survived to this point is in defiance of possibility, but it appears the danger is not yet past. Meep, meep. Warning, intruders approaching. Please eliminate them if you wish to proceed. Oh. But wait, there's more. Because I want a melee mage with a big shield. We'll see what happens.
That would explain my men's silence. We meet again. And this time, we will not be interrupted. Come! Show me your power, champions of Eorzea!
Sip wants a double shield tank. Hey, wait a minute, why are my things on cooldown? That's not fair. Ow. Ow. Oh yeah, I can do a lot better than that. I'm specifically not doing very much because I'm trying to line up my cooldowns. Now you're over there jumping. Oh no, I'm blinded and I missed an attack. Huh? 2 attacks. And I leveled up mid-duty apparently.
So it comes to this.
That was a very random level 70 level up. Ta-da! Now we have access to all jobs in the game. If we want to. And Sip says now you can unlock Gunbreaker and have a good experience. I have had access to Gunbreaker for a while. But now I have access to Reaper and Sage. This man has very laggy chase mechanics. He does not follow very well. According to Zip, Gunbreaker is the true experience.
I had heard the tales of your strength, warrior of light, and now that I have experienced it firsthand, Van Baelsar's defeat seems less inexplicable. You are a formidable foe, and I have thoroughly enjoyed our time together. Alas, all good things must come to an end. Allagan's secrets await, and there is no profit to be had in remaining here. Keep them occupied.
That was a little weird. Suddenly he didn't have the morphy sound in his voice.
Coward.
It would seem we have no choice.
You must continue on. We will hold them here.
Take the eye. It should still hold enough energy to be of use to you. I shall join you as soon as I am able.
Enough talk. Make haste and stop the Archbishop.
They really like that turn backwards animation. I wonder if we're close to the dungeon stuff. Welcome to the Delta Quadrant, where methods are developed for mastering dragons. To this day, the sector is home to live specimens brought over from the southern continent of Mericidia. Truly a testament to the greatness of the Allagan Empire. I regret to inform you that the matter conduit leading to the flagship is no longer functioning. According to my records, it was destroyed by a dragon which broke free of its restraints when they failed approximately 2,369 years, 1 month, 24 days, 7 hours, and 4 minutes ago. Please find an alternate route to the Aetherochemical Research Facility. The Elegant Research Council apologizes for any inconvenience caused. Anyway, bye. Hey, Midgardsormen.
So, thy journey hath led thee to this accursed place. Canst thou hear it, mortal? The ceaseless keening of my kindred, steeped in 5,000 years of suffering. Long before these guardians and their base betrayal, there lived still more wicked men whose ambitions knew no bounds. Fearful of our might and covetous of our power, they devised a means to enslave dragonkind. Their vile misdeeds did set in motion a train of events whose repercussions are felt to this day. Beyond, thou wilt find one of my first brood. Hark thou unto her words. Partake of her pain. Think thou upon the suffering that the conflict betwixt our kinds hath begot.
Okay. Well, we get I believe we get flying when we've done that, so we should be close to dungeon into trial into credits time. I really hope so, because I would be really sad to get to bed like super late. But if that's what it takes, I want to finish today. Wow, the music cut very suddenly there. A great worm is being held in some manner of restraint. Who cometh to this forsaken place and disturbeth my solitude? It's me. Tiamat, my child. Father, can it truly be you? None other. My form is such that I may journey with Hydalin's chosen. A mortal who desireth to end the war between man and dragon. Millennia have passed since I was brought low by the men of Allag. To think that war rages still between our kinds. Hearken to my tale, child of man. I am Tiamat, of Midgard's almost first brood. In a time before time, my father did come to this star, bearing 7 eggs.
From these eggs did my children hatch, and once they were full grown, they took wing and spread across all the lands of Hydaelyn.
Together with my brood brother Bahamut, I journeyed south to Meracidia, and together we brought forth innumerable children into the world. We abided in peace, and all was well. Until the men of Alak came, some 5,000 years since. They slaughtered my children in droves and took from me my beloved Bahamut. 'Twas then, when I had fallen into the depths of despair, that black-robed men came unto me, the Ascians. They offered to resurrect Bahamut through their dark arts, and I, in my grief, accepted, a decision which I shall regret unto my dying breath. For what they brought back was a mockery of my beloved. Worse, the Ascians gifted his murderers the means to entrap him. Know this, child of man, the beings thy kind call gods are but spectres of thy mind's creation, given form at great cost to Hydaelyn. Many such beings yet slumber across the land, brought to heel by the selfsame empire that bound me. They must not be released into the world. If thou wouldst end the conflict, vanquish thee the Ascians, and deliver the weak of will from the bonds of their dark influence. It hath been 5,000 years, my child. Wilt thou not forgive thyself? The release of death is denied me here, yet I desire not freedom. Nay, father, I shall live with my regret until the world itself hath ceased to be. Such is my just punishment for consorting with darkness, for calling forth a loathsome and lamentable creature which blackeneth my beloved's memory.
The light abideth within thy heart again. Full valiantly didst thou overcome thy many trials, but glory not in thy success. For the servants of darkness are ever close at hand. Receive of me my blessing once more, and go forth to shine thy light on all creation.
Thou hast broken down the wall I built around thee, and partaken of thy mistress's blessing once more. Strong art thou, mortal, stronger than any other of thy kind. Having looked upon thy deeds, I am convinced thou art worthy to bear her light. The Covenant bound me to thee, but 'twould seem our fates were mingled from the first. Though I will not fight thy battles, I will yet lend thee my wings. Come, mortal. We go to cast out the darkness.
You can now ride Midgard's armor. Excellent. And we can fly in Azyz Lla. And whoa there. I'm like, where's my main quest? Oh, we found the guidance note. Hello. Oh, just a moment, actually. Oh, never mind. Just need to be sure that Midgard's armor would also be in the mount list.
Beep. Welcome to the flagship, Mistress Caetsu. You are almost at your destination.
Beep. Boop. Warning, intruders detected in the vicinity. Please eliminate them if you wish to proceed. Huh? Where? I believe it's pretty. I believe it's sort of significant because like that Midgard's armor is offered as a flying mount, but I guess the Black Showbow would be able to fly as well. Beep, boop. Warning, intruders approaching. Oh, hi. More enemies, okay. More? Thank you. Area secured, lifting access restrictions to the Ethereochemical Research Facility. Restriction lifted. You may enter the facility at your leisure. Ending guidance. Boop. Unknown energy source detected within the Ethereochemical Research Facility. Please exercise caution. I am pleased to have been of service to you, Mistress Caetsu. Please send my regards to Master Wedge. Deactivating. Ooh. Alright. I'll be right back. If you want to join me for the Ethereochemical Research Facility, SIP, then you have plenty of time to show up then, I suppose. Alright, I'm back. Oh look, there's a Sip in a car. Excellent. And you're Gunbreak. Are you ready to go? Congrats on getting Sage to 80, Pokeshack. And getting everything to 80, as a matter of fact. That's a big achievement. Now you just have Endwalker left to go. What's Endwalker? Oh, it's this new content. Yeah, white hair Lala trip. Average wait time 5 minutes. I guess it'll be a moment, and then there's going to be people that are queuing for healer in need. It's something, it's like a little bit like waves flipping back and forth usually. But yeah, this is the final quest. Of tonight, at least. It's just really long. Sip says in-game. Isn't the trial straight after? Is that post? No, it is straight after. It is so much straight after that it is the same quest. And that's why. Now, you see, you know why, you know that this is the final quest, because the quest is called Heaven's Ward. Pokeshak says level 78 quest. I wait all the time needed for helping my friends when your Warrior of Light reaches level 80. And then you just stop playing healer at level 79 and you never save life as friends. The end. Oof. That is a weird situation in storytelling in a game like Final Fantasy XIV, just MMOs in general. Stories that are sort of time sensitive, where time just stops because you don't participate. Do we just have no healers in queue tonight? Now it's saying 8 minutes. If only we could have Pokeshak on Sage. Pokeshak says the idle pose with the weapon is egocentric. I like it a lot. I'm guessing it's the Sage one? Well, no, it's not a low blow, Pokeshak. I'm saying that I wish you were here. Huh? Oh. Thank you. Well, now we have to use the outlet. And it looks better than the dragon. Oh, we got the queue. It's going to be an incredible day when global data center travel happens. Yeah, Bojack says, it's thanks to the owl that we got the coupon. Works for me. Looks like a new player that immediately jumped for Reaper when they could. Oh right, we don't have a Dragon Sight yet. For a second I felt like I had to make sure I did it, and then I remembered I don't have it. I didn't Dragon Sight it, no. I didn't see it. Actually, I think the last 2 days where Sip and I have been doing dailies together, we got this dungeon every single time, like twice in a row. For the 50, 60, 70, 80 roulette. For more jokes like this, don't follow me. I suppose it's just never really explained why he has a different weapon in this fight than when you fight him in the solo duty. Because I believe he brings a bigger sword here.
I will crush you underfoot.
Yeah, look, it's very unique. I want to finish my opener at the very least. Thank you. Now I'll kill the ads. Poketrix is like us, where we have a lot of mastery. Well, the thing is that he's using the weapon in a similar way. Also, interesting little thing is that he actually is made so that he will always return to the Final Fantasy VII Cloud pose after every attack, but if you pay really close attention, for a very brief moment after some of his attacks, he'll switch, like, he'll just barely be in the Dark Knight pose, because obviously his attacks are greatsword attacks. Ah yes, the dungeon with no loot. In other news, we should have probably had bought a weapon when we were in Idyllshire. Could we do that? Was that an option? What if it was an option? We should have. Nuke the node! But you might be right, Pokeshack, because the weapon he did use in the solo duty is, you know, it's a one-handed weapon because it's specifically a gunblade. The fight here was with a particularly bigger gunblade, which is why he needed two hands for it. Because in the solo duty he did spend time holding the weapon in the same pose as Gaius does. I think it might be better if I just focus the node, so that it doesn't get to spawn as many enemies. I feel like this is going faster than usual with the times me and Sip have done it. But I might be wrong. Most of this dungeon feels like it goes like unusually fast for multiple reasons. Ow. Well then. Didn't die from it though, so that's fine. Sip says, well, you had paid attention, you clearly noticed that I, someone that is not from that is not Garlean, have a gunblade, which means that I stole his gunblade. Well, that is an interesting explanation, Sip. I'm pretty sure the gunblade that the legatus there had was longer, but I suppose it's something with race, right? Because you're shorter, the gunblade just becomes shorter. Like mounts. Yeah. Unless it's multi-seater mounts, in which case they're just gigantic. I think we'll have our cooldowns back before the boss fight again anyway. Oh, I found out the petrify thing, Sip. One of the thaumaturgy... Well, look, the other one is casting it now. One of the thaumaturges will try to cast Breakga, which is AoE petrify, of course. It's interruptible though, so if you're very aware as a tank, you can stop both of them. Stun one, interrupt the other. It's just we were talking about this the other day because we just randomly all got petrified with no explanation, and that was the reason why. That just goes to show how much you need to pay attention to even just the random mobs in dungeons sometimes. How long is the cutscene for this? I hope you'll wait for me.
The champion of Idyllin.
Tell me, why do you despise the primals so? They are the embodiment of mortal will, of mortal desire. Plainly, you desire a foe to despise, and 'tis well that you do, for it is from the vortex of ceaseless conflict that Lord Zodiark shall be reborn.
Through the joining, the world shall become whole again. Then all shall be as once it was, as it should ever have remained.
For the glory of Lord Zodiark.
Your meddling ends here and now, warrior of light.
Let's go. Thank you for
Darkness shall
waiting.
consume light. Your light shall burn no more.
Know your place.
Damn this frail flesh.
You have meddled enough.
Dark Orb.
Chaos shall reign forevermore. You'll not defeat me again.
Little weird how he's making his statements so quickly.
Such strength. It defies all reason.
No, I will not be bested by the likes of them. La Habrea, it is time.
Very well. Let us show these mortals the true power of the Echo. The power to break down the barriers of existence.
Become you.
And we are become one.
Okay. I'm ready again. Thank you for waiting. And all my cooldowns are ready again. Excellent. Now, let's see whether I'll get to do them before the boss starts doing other stuff. Seems like they tend to do that. Okay, we just barely managed to fit everything. Just barely. And this mechanic is really important. Always better to go in a little too early with this mechanic, because if you mess it up, this happens. Oh boy, poor Reaper. Oh nice, it tracks where you were a little late. So if you run through it, you'll get hit. A little annoying. I don't think the Reaper understands the mechanic. Is someone taking my orb? Phew.
That she might regain the blessing of light I had foreseen. But she has grown so strong in it as to deny us our power.
Let us withdraw, La Habrea. That power remains to us, at least. Impossible!
So, you harness the eye's power. A pity you spent it all. What will you do now, hero?
So, not even the vaunted warrior of light can unmake an Ascian without relying upon mortal contrivances.
You?
In the distant past, King Thordan and his knights 12 fought and defeated Nidhogg. Though the victory cost them dear, they were rewarded with a great prize, the Dread Worm's Eyes, both of which have since been held in the Holy Sea's safekeeping. The eye you possess was Nidhogg's left, and long has it served as a source of the Azure Dragoon's might. As for its twin, it has lain here, joined to the person of Haldreth, the first Azure Dragoon. For though he learned to harness its power, he was ultimately consumed by it. Even in death, his body decays not. A pitiful end for a fabled hero. My Ascian friend, long have you and your kind sown the seeds of chaos by teaching mortals the secrets of summoning. But if you assumed that we would meekly serve as your pawns, then you are gravely mistaken.
You would raise a hand against us.
By taking unto my flesh the soul of the legendary King Thordan, I can become a god!
knows not cessation, whose being is sustained by a millennium of fervent prayer, and the eye's nigh bottomless reservoir of ether.
What?
Your contempt for man has proven your undoing, Ascian. For my first act as God King, I do hereby sentence you to die! Feed upon ether. It matters not what form that ether takes. Ascian souls are no exception. With this power, I shall put an end to 1,000 years of conflict. Be they sown by Ascian, Dragon, or Primal. Wheresoever the seeds of chaos threaten to quicken, I shall excise them with my divine blade and bring order to the world. I have become that which you abhor, warrior of light. If you would take issue with my godhood, I shall answer you with my blade.
There is an argument to be made that maybe there was a realistic situation where it would be better that he was Thornton, so that you could help, so maybe you could help save the world. But given that he's sort of corrupted in the first place, probably not safe. Zip, are you ready and willing to join me for the trial? The Singularity Reactor. Eventually, when the queue pops, of course. And Sip says, also, if you're wondering why I have a bigger sword, I picked it up in the last fight against that wannabe Cloud. And now he's a Dark Knight. Why can we not teleport from here? Why not? That's weird. Well, let's exit out then. I was wanting to buy a weapon. And Porkchek says, Thornton, the Pope, is like the Emperor of Garlemald. We're going to save the world by doing horrible things, so we're still the bad guys. Yeah, that's true. And that's kind of the problem, right? That even if to some degree that they might be helpful to have, they're not worth having. There it is. And there it is. And there it is. And there it is. And Civ says you should really go to Foundation where the easy NPCs are, and Pokshak says Foundation is more easy. You know what? I know that. I literally spoke with Civ about this exact problem the other day, but I'm so old school that I need to think like 10 extra minutes over this particular situation to remember that. Pokshak says and get also the accessories? You could do that. Probably not a bad idea. How expensive are they? We have that. Oh, we can buy 2 rings. We should buy 2 rings. No point in getting the earrings. We have the collector's edition earring. They automatically scale up as we need. So we can skip that part. We also can't afford the earrings. And again, the queue time is a little long. Or not. Just call them out on it.
Brothers, the time has come to call upon the true power of the Heavens Ward.
Fight me if you will, warrior of light. I care not. All who stand against me will be destroyed, be they servants of the darkness or the light. By my blessing shall all men be sanctified, and an endless era of peace begin. Vice and conflict shall cease to be. You reject my divinity, yet what have you to offer my people in its stead? Bitter truth? Virtuous suffering? No matter. If you believe your cause just, I call upon you to defend it with your life.
And then it's boss time. Oh boy. Oh. I missed the life surge window, it's fine. Fang and Claw isn't that too far behind. Hey Pokeshack, did they rework King Thornton? Or do I just not remember this part? And congratulations on getting Panheimer. Ah, this is what I remember. It just took a little weirdly long for him to get to this part. That's okay, Pokeshack. I just asked you because usually you tend to know, like you recognize exactly the difference. Where in my case, sometimes it's just I can't remember what the fight is. Usually I can identify it, but I guess maybe it's just because we had a little bit lower DPS than usual, is my guess. The most threatening walk.
How can this be? A millennium of prayer and the Eye's power combined, and still you stand.
Who? What are you?
That's a really big sword. Can I take it? Yeah, do you have candy, old man?
It is over then. I had hoped that mine would be the hand to end it. But knowing you, there was little chance of that. Twould seem the eye has served you well. Its twin. At long last. All that remains is to take them beyond the reach of man and dragon both. With this task accomplished, my toil shall finally be at an end.
Thou hast done well to resist mine influence, bathed in my power and blood as thou wert. Alas, in thine anticipation of comfort, thou hast lowered thy guard. The keening of my fallen kindred, their smouldering desire for vengeance. Mine eyes have partaken of 1,000 years of pain, a pain which I shall bestow upon thee. Drink deep of my rage, mortal, and become me.
Let us away, servant of Idylling.
Gods damn it, do you always have to cut it so bloody close?
It would seem she has done it again.
Was there ever any doubt? Let us return to Ishgard. Our friends will be eager to learn the battle's outcome, and welcome back their champion.
Where is Estinian?
I dare say you are the first soul in Ishgardian history to arrive in our city upon Dragonback. This scene shall be remembered for 1,000 years to come.
As we had feared, the Archbishop summoned the soul of King Thordan into himself, and thence became a primal.
But he and his knights are no more, thanks to the Warrior of Light.
Your struggles are not yet over, mortals.
Whom do I have the pleasure?
I am Midgard Sommer. I have journeyed with Hydaelyn's champion and observed her deeds in the conflict between man and dragon. Tell me, children of Thordan, do you desire peace?
My people have committed unspeakable atrocities against dragonkind, even against our own. Would that we could undo these wrongs, but we cannot. Be that as it may, the future yet presents a chance to begin anew. Our nation has broken free of the shackles of a false faith, and Nidhogg shall lead his kindred against us no more. I doubt not that it will require much effort and perseverance, but 'tis my belief that in time, Ishgard will again become a place where man and dragon may abide together in harmony.
I shall remember thy words. Yet be warned, Nidhogg's soul liveth on. His unbridled rage hath claimed for its vessel the one thou callest the Azure Dragoon.
Estinian.
Doubt not but that Nidhogg will call out to his brood ere long, nor that they shall answer him. Steel yourselves, for the true test is yet to come.
Come what may, we will never cease to believe. Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
1,000-year war cannot be ended in a day. It may take generations. What thou dost begin, thy children must continue. Entrust unto them thy hopes and dreams, that peace may reign again, and forevermore.
Let all here present attest that Sir Emmerich, acting on behalf of the Archbishop, has appended his signature. I do hereby declare that from this day forth, the Holy See of Ishgard shall once more be counted a member of the Eorzean Alliance. Let our nations move forward as one and stand united against the Garlean Empire.
For the future of Eorzea.
For the future of Eorzea!
There you are. A noble monument to a noble soul.
From here, Lord Orshafon can watch over all of Ishgard.
It has been a long and arduous journey, and we have lost much and more along the way. Yet come what may, we must stay true to our purpose and press on.
That's right, you two. It's high time we got back to rebuilding the Scions. Which means we're going to need money! And lots of it!
So ends a glorious chapter in their tale. However, tumultuous days yet lie ahead for Ishgard. After 1,000 years under the yoke of the Church, the people take their first tentative steps into the unknown. And though they spy a glimmer of peace upon the horizon, Nidhogg's vengeful shadow yet remains to darken the way. Be that as it may, so long as the young commander of the Temple Knights and his heroic companions are there to guide them, the people may hold fast to hope. The hope that one day true peace will return to Ishgard, and that man and dragon may live in harmony once more. Let the deeds writ herein never be forgot, that they may inspire generations yet unborn to strive ever heavensward.
We made it! Only like an hour and a half later than I had planned, but we made it. How many episodes did we spend in Heavensward? Is it 3? 4? This is episode 3, isn't it? Yeah. Very efficient. We should also be able, well, that's the complicated part. Either Heavensward's post-game is significantly shorter than A Realm Reborn's, which it is. It is shorter, but maybe there's more cutscenes, and if there's more cutscenes, well, in that case, it might take longer. Poketrack says, why is the Mount Farm in the list of small adventure? That is a mistake, and I will fix it immediately. Thank you for letting me know. Is it both of them? Now it should be accurate. Oh, it's correct, Pokeshack. They were there. I have removed them now. It's probably because I used a previous small adventure stream as a template, because when you arrange a stream on YouTube, it is off. You can use a previous stream as like a template, so that it fills out the information from that stream, and that helps me to not forget everything. However, I guess I forgot for both of the Mount Farms to remove the small adventure specific playlist from that part of the planning. But thank you for checking for me. It should have 16 episodes now, and one of them should be the side quest where we were playing Black Mage. Yeah, so my question then becomes, can we... So we did A Realm Reborn's post-game in 3 episodes as well, right? I think that was it. Maybe it was 4. It was 3 and something, maybe. Episode 8 was when it started. And 12 is when we finished it. And that was like half of a MSQ stream, half a side quest. So yeah, about like 3.5. So the main question is whether the post-game of Heavensward will be just as long because of longer cutscenes, or if it's going to be shorter because less quests. That's a lot of names. But that's like the things that change. Well, actually, we had also an extremely long one to finish AR's main stuff. Wasn't that like an 8-hour stream? Astral compensation. Oh look, Matsuya. That's a weird time for a bot to check in. But I do know for certain that the post-game of Heavensward is shorter, just in terms of sheer number of quests, even with Every Realm Reborn getting like cut down a little bit. So it's genuinely just a matter of cutscenes. I think there might be about as many dungeons and raid, like dungeons and trial stuff. And since we don't have to do the Alliance raid as part of the main quest, and also the Alliance raid in Heavensward, I would argue, is not particularly relevant to the story. It doesn't have, like, to the Heavensward story, it doesn't need to happen at that specific time. There's no Alliance raid that we need to do, and I would say that if we hadn't had to do the Crystal Tower in the post-game of A Realm Reborn, we would have finished that within the 3 episodes. So I'm guessing that we might be able to finish post-game of Heavensward in 3 episodes. Which means we might be able to reach Stormblood before Christmas. And it's an interesting way to meter out the story. Like, now you could reasonably say that when you're just about to enter the vault, you're around 7 hours away from finishing Heavensward. I don't know if Sib is still here. He might have fallen asleep. He might have... Oh yeah, and we have Sib's help. Well, hard to say. Sib might be busy. It might be more busy from now on. But at least him being able to do the MSQ stuff with Smol Kai was a little bit of compensation for the fact that he couldn't do dailies with me today. Or yesterday, because I wasn't there. Well, in that case, that means that there is a possibility that Sib will join for stream content sometimes, I guess, on Smol Kai in the weekend, but that's not a requirement or a demand. That's actually, and this should be very clearly stated. I offered Sib that he could join, because I wouldn't want him to be here helping me just because he feels like he has to. It's just for his, if he thinks it's fun. So any bets on how much credits there's left? Marketing, PR, community and services. That's a little general, it feels like. European Game Master Manager. Sounds like a generic title, but that sounds really important. Marketing, the player base. It's important to include every person that did something in the credits. Then they also know that they're appreciated. Oh yeah, we have all the deaths and the loss in one stream. That's a coincidence. But I did say that I didn't want to do a side quest with Black Mage or something if we didn't have at least all of Heavensward to progress. So that means that the Black Mage can now reach at least level 60, no problem. That gives a lot of space for stuff to do, and that also gives a lot more space for stuff to do on other jobs. So we could unlock more jobs. If we run out of levels to level on Black Mage in a specific stream. And now I can do Alexander. I could. Alexander's Black Mage. Oh yeah, Pokeshack. It's even tougher because in Shadowbringers you get introduced to the role quests relatively quickly. The role quests in Endwalker are like pretty late, to not be too specific. So you have a lot of work to do before you get to see those, Pokeshack. They're also extremely optional, so you don't need to feel like you have to run through them before you've done the main quest, if you don't want to. That's completely up to you. This is also a decent time if there's any questions for the stream, since we're just hanging out here anyway. If there's anything you wanted to talk about, we can talk about that. Wait, oh, you're listing the 5 jobs you intend to do the roles with? And Pokeshack says, I ask you, you have something you want to talk about? I don't know. Oh, pet jobs. Yeah, I guess those are pet jobs. The closest you'd get to a pet job, at least. Yeah. The closest you could get without choosing those would be like a ninja technically summons like a clone of themselves for a few attacks, but that's not really a pet. Reaper can count, sure. And the frog from the ninja. Wait, are we already near the end? Maybe not. How many people are receiving the special thanks, I guess, is deciding whether we're close to done or not. I would also say that 3 full, like 6+ hour streams to get through the Heavensward story is a lot when we consider that that's 10 levels and we took, what was it, 7 to get to level 50. So you can clearly see that it was a lot more spread out in the beginning. MSI computers. And all Final Fantasy XIV players. Credits released in the 6th month of 2015. Mr. Headshot. Alright. Ta-da! Oh.
So Lahabrea and Igayorn have fallen. Bested by mortals in their attempt to initiate the Eighth Rejoining. That they should be so complacent. And now it falls to me to deal with the consequences. Without intervention, the balance between light and darkness will begin to shift, placing our mission in jeopardy. Hydaelyn's champion has grown too strong. Her might encroaches upon the realm of gods. Equilibrium must needs be restored. The time has come for you and yours to join the fray. Warrior of Darkness.
Mm.
Remind me, why is there no rest for the righteous?
Because they care, Master Garland.
Hmm.
Of all the things they could have picked to play with, that's not a toy, you bloody fools, it's a primal!
Spires of deception crumble to dust to lay bare truths long concealed. Beyond simmering shadow lies shimmering light. And hand in. After long years of estrangement, Ishgard rejoins her sister nations in the Alliance. Words cannot well express my joy. None of this would have been possible without you, my friend. Change is coming to Eorzea, though it will inevitably bring with it a measure of upheaval. With hard work, peace and prosperity are sure to follow. And yet, even as we look forward to the coming of a new age, we must needs be wary of old threats. The lords of Garlemald have not relinquished their claim upon Eorzea, and we shall be forced to contend with them again ere long. And then there's the matter of our comrade Estinian, claimed body and soul by Nidhogg. There's a way to rescue him, we must find it. Suffice it to say, the path ahead holds no shortage of challenges, but together we shall overcome them. What should we do? Sure, that one's fine. We'll leave the quest here, I think. That's fine. Sip says, no absurd color filter with a slight angle? No, I usually do most of my picture edits separately from the game. I have a feeling that next stream we will have to do something about this. Hey Arya, we're not cleaning up the inventory before we actually run out of inventory space. We've talked about this. Not happening. I want to see how long we can get before we need to clean up inventory. Yogi poor Gale. Arya, you know how much I always clean my inventory. I'm doing this to prove a point. Excellent. And we have the pictures. So, Pokeshack, Zip's inventory has about the same amount of free item slots as Smol Kai here. The difference is that his inventory is not full of things that he has just not decided to clean out. Most of his inventory is items that he's actually intending to keep on his person. So they're like sorted in clusters all over the place, which makes it look like he has less inventory space than Smol Kai here, because he just doesn't do anything about it. And it's very common for him to run out of inventory space in the middle of doing something, because he typically does not have a lot of space. But the game plan here is that if we run out of space, and we are going to run out of space, we have to sort some of these items. We can probably throw over some of the spears here to Miss Cece, our retainer, so that she has some, and then just store the rest of the things to make some extra space. But that's pretty much what it's going to be. Like, cleaning out in most of these is going to be just placing them off for later. If they're soul bound or spirit bonded so that we can't trade them in any capacity, we'll probably just sell them for a few gil to the vendor. But that's not the problem for today. I get the impression that there weren't any major questions. We didn't really get any... We got plenty of time to talk while watching the credits, I guess. And that's true. We get the win and battle stance very soon. Or the victory pose and battle stance. And that's going to be a good day, because then we can play around with the Dragoon V pose and not jump very high. Anyway, it is supremely late here. So I think this is a great time to round up the stream and say thank you all so much for watching. It's always super awesome to stream. You guys are having fun and hanging out. And yeah, you can also ask on Discord or write a comment on a YouTube video that is relevant to the subject. You can also do that. But anyway, thank you all so much for watching, and good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And I'll see you guys on Tuesday, I guess, for a PvP stream, which we have made a little bit of a tradition out of. We're actually really close to maxing out the series rank. But yeah, good night everyone, and see you very soon. And let's put Smol Kai to bed. Good night.